Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 3rd meeting of the Clayton City Council. I am Mayor Julie Pierce, and indicate for the record, please, that all council members are present. Would you all please join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for being here. The first item on our agenda this evening is the consent calendar. There are only two items on the consent calendar. That's the minutes of the meeting of February 18 and the meeting of February 19th, and the financial demands. Do I have any requests to pull any items or a motion for approval?
I have a very minor correction, just a typo. In the minutes for our meeting of February 19th for the goal-setting session on the second page, the first goal that we all agreed to was ensuring compliance with applicable state and other laws. On the second line, there's a typo. It should be regional or state agencies.
Okay. Any other corrections or a motion?
Move approval as amended.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. We have no recognitions or presentations this evening. The next item on the agenda is reports. We have no Planning Commission report, nor any Trails and Landscaping Committee report, as neither one of those committees had meetings. City Manager and staff reports, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just want to give a report. Last week, Wednesday, there was an Oakhurst Golf Course irrigation water leak. So anyone on Keller Ridge, around 4 a.m., it was reported by our police. So appreciate the police getting out. Our maintenance crews came out as well, so it was an early morning for everybody. Where we are right now on that is it's a 12-inch irrigation line, about 12 feet deep. We had to dig. It is repaired right now. The hole is empty. We backfilled about 7 feet. We're about a week away from backfilling. We're just monitoring and making sure that it doesn't get any worse and no new leaks show up. So just wanted to let the Oakhurst community and the neighborhood know that it's about a week and a half away. So if you can have patience, the golf course and their contractors are working on it, and our engineering team is inspecting that, making sure that's done well. Planter box update, there are 13 boxes, as you are all aware. The project consists of 13 boxes. 10 planter boxes have been replaced at this time, been demoed and replaced. So the surrounding sidewalk of each of the boxes, we're working on that. We're pouring concrete, stamping them. And then after that, this month, we're trying to get ready. As you know, the April is the month of the Art and Wine Festival. So we have a big push to get the project done. After the sidewalk has been stamped and poured, then we're going to work on the base and all about the 10 planter boxes, put this Riverwalk facade on the boxes. Our maintenance crews are pushing forward with the library celebration, so they're about 90% complete. Getting the gum off the sidewalk, tree trimming. Next on the list is clean the windows and replacing some lights, and that's about it, Mayor.
Wonderful. All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is City Council reports, and this time I'm going to start down on my right with Jim Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things on both Wednesday and Thursday, the 19th and the 20th. I attended the vigil and the funeral mass for retired Sergeant, now deceased, Tim O'Hara. On the Sunday, the 23rd, I got to serve with you at the 20th Clayton the Clayton Club Chili Cook-Off, which was an amazing event. They had 17 entrants, and we were able to get it down to the top 5, and gave out some nice prizes to the people that cooked up some good chili. On the 27th, attended the CBCA General Membership Meeting, and then on Monday the 2nd, had a meeting with the city manager as prep for this meeting tonight, as well as later that evening for the Art and Wine meeting, which is coming up on the last weekend in April. That's it.
Okay. CW?
Okay. Let's see. Did the strategic goal setting we did last time. And had a meeting with Commissioner Cloven, our Planning Commissioner Cloven. I spent a few days walking around town and out at Clayton Station and the post office talking to citizens about various things, including what we're going to be discussing here tonight, get a feel for what's going on in the city. Attended the CBCA meeting at Oakhurst, did some emails back and forth with constituents, had a meeting with our city manager, and let's see, the other thing is to remind people that on March the 7th at 9 a.m. is the library celebration right here, and we want everybody to come out, 9 o'clock in the morning, all kinds of fun activities all day long on March 7th. That's it from me.
Wonderful. Jeff?
Well, you stole my thunder a little bit. No, I attended the Library Foundation meeting, and I wanted to also remind folks that on March 7th that the library birthday celebration is happening. It's a lot of activities, so that should be a fun event. In addition, the annual book sale is going to take place on the weekend of April 3rd. Friday's open to members, and then Saturday, Sunday's general. So it's usually a great event. I pick up bags of books. I recommend it. It's fun. I would like to call out that there are 2 members of Boy Scout Troop 317 attending tonight. They are trying to earn a merit badge in community service, and I think they've picked a great night to view our proceedings. Hopefully they see a demonstration of local civic engagement. So they are in the back, and I've invited them to speak during public comment. We will see if they take me up on that. I'm not sure. All right. Kind of dovetailing into that, I also had a chance to speak with some folks, including Marcy Longchamps, who was at our last meeting. She did communicate to me that as a result of the altercation that took place at the last meeting, that she no longer felt safe attending city council meetings. I told her that was unfortunate, but I do want to reiterate that no matter what is happening, it's important that we remain civil and respectful, and that the events that occurred during the last meeting should not be repeated. And I want to thank the officers that are present in the room to ensure that these things happen. So, and lastly, so I and the rest of the council received a letter from Mr. Jordan in which he requested that I consider recusing myself from tonight's proceedings. And while I am flattered that Mr. Jordan appears to be an avid reader of my writing, on my blog, I do share my thoughts after each meeting and when things are coming up. And so after each meeting, I post what's happening on Nextdoor, on Facebook. You can sign up for updates if you'd like. And I do think that that's an important way to communicate with the public. I'm a very strong believer in transparency, and one way I hope to demonstrate that is through my writing. So I expect to continue to do so. Residents should know how the people whom they've elected think, what they stand for, and what they believe in. So I will say I was expecting the recusal request, so that doesn't come as much of a surprise. I actually thought it would come sooner. But I would say that if members of this council were to acquiesce to these types of requests, then, or worse, if they decided that a safer course of action would be to not share their thoughts at all for fear of these type of actions, that would be a travesty of representative government. And it would also do a disservice to our residents. So this call for recusal, it does appear to be a rather transparent attempt to chill discussion and limit the desire of fellow council members to discuss issues that are important to our residents. And I don't think that's a good thing. Democracy dies in darkness. Suffice to say, Mr. Jordan, I decline your request.
Okay, for the rest of the evening, there will be no applause, there will be no booing, there will be no interrupting of the speakers. Because if we're all going to get out of here tonight at a reasonable hour, we need to be respectful of each other and all opinions. And just for the record, our city attorney and her firm have weighed in on the request made by Mr. Jordan, and they have agreed with Mr. Wan that he does not have a conflict, he does not have to recuse himself. So, that said, we are going to proceed tonight. Tuya, your report.
Okay, so I attended the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy Board meeting on Monday, February 24th. We actually held that meeting right here in Clayton. We usually rotate between the 4 cities and the county that participates in that board. Then I wanted to make one other announcement, CBCA-related announcement. Every year, CBCA has a scholarship program that's directed to graduating high school students that are currently living in the 94517 zip code in Clayton. The scholarship program is pending right now, so application deadline is March 28th, which is a Saturday, so I would encourage any graduating high school senior to apply. Last year, CPCA awarded $35,000 in scholarships to a number of excellent students from our community, so definitely worth looking into. And if you're looking for the application forms, they're at the CPCA website. And that's it.
And that would be claytoncbca.org. So that would be how to find those. All right. The next item on our agenda tonight is public comment that is restricted to items not on tonight's agenda that have to do with city business. So I have no cards for public comment on any items not on tonight's agenda. Is there anyone in the audience who did not fill out a card for public comment? Seeing none, I will tell you that we are then going to go into item 7A. If you want to speak, you need to fill out a blue card. They're on the back table. I will ask that those who do speak on the next item, please try to refrain from reiterating all of your comments from the prior meeting. We have all of those in our packet. We were all here taking copious notes. If everyone repeats what they said at the last meeting again, we will not get out of here tonight. So I would hope that you will understand that we remember what you said, but if there are new comments you want to share, that's the reason we kept the public hearing open. So if you want to speak, please fill out one of the blue cards on the back table and give it to Janet over here at the end of the staff desk. So that said, we will then go to item 7A, which is a continuation of our public hearing. And I'm going to ask first for a staff report. We do have some...
Julie?
Yes.
Can I mention
Sure.
a few communications
Sure.
on this item? So I just wanted to put on the record that I did have a couple sets of communication with the parties. So I called up Bill Jordan today. I had in the last meeting asked if he could look into providing more parking. I think the project today is coming back with 106 parking spaces versus the 86 parking spaces that was in front of the Planning Commission. So I had called him today to understand the constraints a little bit more. And then I also called Randy Toke, who is the attorney representing one of the appellants. He had written a letter to all of us yesterday, and in that email he indicated that he was available to answer any questions, so I had contacted him and we spoke today.
Okay, are there any other disclosures by council members at this time? If not, we will go to the staff report. I just want to give you an idea of what our timing goals are for tonight. We are going to allow staff to do their report. There are a couple of things that have come up since we set these time limits, so we're hoping for approximately 20 minutes from Dana as our Community Development Interim Director. And then we will have Mala give us an update on some of the legal issues. We hope 10, maybe 15 minutes, depending on, they will both be as brief as possible. Then we're going to go to each of the appellants and allow them the same 10 minutes we gave them last time, hopefully with only new information, again, to try to expedite the meeting. But we want to give you all a chance to speak. And then the applicant will have 15 minutes to address the changes to the project and answer any questions that have come up in the meantime. Okay? And I understand that there may be one of the attorneys for one of the appellants present that will take that appellant's time. Okay? So with that, Dana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pierce, members of the council.
Is your mic on, Dana?
It should be.
Yep. You just got to pull it closer. You're very
Okay.
soft-spoken. It's a big room with a big noisy fan above us.
Okay, I will speak from the diaphragm. And so for this evening's presentation, I don't want to regurgitate what was presented to the council at the last meeting. We're all familiar with the project. We've seen plans. We've seen background. I also don't really want to get into too much detail about what's in the staff report. That information is there, but what I would like to do in the brief time that I have is to just highlight some of the responses to the questions that were posed to staff by city council members at the last meeting. So I have a few slides. I will try to go over them quickly, presenting the information but not getting into too much detail. Again, there is more extensive detail in the staff report posted online. So what we've done in the presentation is to present the information in an organized fashion similar to the staff report, where the questions are clustered into groups. And I will, again, try to respond to groups of questions with summary information for each cluster or category of questions. Oops. Okay. Is there a way to... Is that the best it can, it's cropping, okay. I apologize that the slides are cropping some of the text, but to start, there were quite a few questions and comments that had to deal with parking and traffic. As Councilmember Catalano already mentioned, there has been a revision to the scope of the project to change the parking layout to add a total of 20 additional stalls. So where the previous iteration of the plan identified 86 parking stalls for the 81 units, the developer was able to work with his engineer to identify locations for some tandem parking stalls that increase the parking to 106. And this is within 90% of the maximum that the city can allow under the state density bonus law, which is 117 stalls. This number also exceeds by 16 stalls the parking that was recommended by the city's peer reviewer, who reviewed the applicant's analysis of parking demand. The city's peer reviewer suggested 90 stalls would be adequate for a senior housing development based on similar parking requirements of other jurisdictions in California. With this increase of 20 stalls, staff no longer believes that there's a need for a permit parking program and recommends that that condition of approval be removed from the resolution. That's reflected in track changes in your document. I would like to note that there is also a finding that references this permit parking program. That text would also need to be removed and struck through. That was just an oversight on my part. And then there was also a question about shared parking with the AT&T facility. Those discussions are ongoing. There's been no resolution to that. Staff did reach out to, to inquire about that option, but we don't have a firm answer on that yet. There have also been questions, or there were also questions about traffic impacts and the traffic study, and in particular, traffic signal devices. Now, there was no traffic study that was prepared for this project, and that is because countywide there is what we call a screening criterion, a sort of a threshold that traffic studies or projects are considered not to have potential traffic impacts if they don't generate more than 100, I'm going to use the term peak hour, synonymous with commute hour trips. So in generally the evening peak hour, which is usually around 5 to 6, when most people are coming home, if a project is not projected to have to generate more than 100 trips during that highest hour of the day of volume, then no additional analysis is deemed to be necessary. And that is a countywide policy of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. All jurisdictions in the county tend to abide by that rule unless they choose to set a lower threshold. This city does not have a lower threshold. The 100 peak hour trips is the screening criterion. The proposed project would generate 22 trips during the peak hour, so it falls quite a ways below that screening criterion. So no traffic study was done. There was a question regarding traffic signals and stop signs and whether the city could require those types of improvements. The answer is yes, but it would need to be qualified. Installation of traffic signals and stop signs generally need to meet certain warrants, what we call warrants. Either there is a lot of congestion at that intersection, or perhaps there's been a collision. But there are certain criteria that need to be met. It's not something that you want to do arbitrarily without some sort of analysis, because you could actually create more dangerous behavior through installation of these types of improvements without some sort of analysis justifying why it's needed. There was also a question about traffic volumes. Again, as noted in the staff report, the city engineer has determined that based on traffic studies that have been done for development projects in recent years, the city's streets have excess capacity. And so the proposed project plus other development in the area would not generate a level of service that exceeds LOS D, which is the city's desired level. It actually would even be better than that. It'd be closer to a level of service of B. I'm not going to get into level of service again because I think I did explain at the last meeting, but again, if there are questions, we can answer those later. I just wanted to go through very briefly the site plans that have been resubmitted by the applicant and to identify where the additional parking stalls have been added. So this is the property, the northernmost parcel, which is site 1 facing High Street. There have been additional 4 stalls added here, and there are 3 stalls that are tandem, and I believe there's 1 on the end. It's just a little bit outside that oval. Again, additional tandem stalls have been added to site 2. This is the central site. There have been additional 7 stalls added here. 4 of them are tandem, and then the applicant was able to squeeze some additional stalls in the line of parking as well. And then the southernmost site, site 3, has an additional 9 parking stalls. The tandem stalls are highlighted here. And again, the applicant was able to do some reconfiguring and stretching of the parking lot aisles to get some parking stalls in addition to the tandem stalls. The text really did line up on my computer. There were quite a few questions about the California Environmental Quality Act. I know Mala will speak to quite a few of those, but I will speak to just a few of them that were raised in the course of the last city council meeting. There were questions about the cumulative impacts of a Class 32 infill exemption. The Class 32 infill exemption is a provision of CEQA that allows for certain development projects to be found to be exempt from the analysis that would otherwise be required of CEQA. It can be used if the decision-making body finds that there is no significant impact for successive projects of the same type in the same place over time. So, in other words, cumulative impacts are used to evaluate the potential environmental impacts of a project plus other projects. However, there needs to be a sort of geographic range for those cumulative projects. If there's no other development potential or pending development happening within that area, there are no cumulative impacts to consider. There are no projects that would be occurring successively in the same place over time. It's also important to note that projects that are included in a cumulative analysis need to be foreseeable. They need to be, they can't be based on speculation of something that might happen, so they cannot be assumed to occur. They're generally based on a project list, an application, a series of applications or a set of applications that's currently pending within a planning department. There was a question about piecemealing and what piecemealing means. When projects are analyzed under CEQA, they need to consider the entire scope of the project. A project cannot be broken up into smaller parts in order to avoid impacts. The entirety of the project needs to be evaluated. Now again, we go back to you also cannot assume speculation. So if there is a known project, a pending application, that is what is analyzed in its entirety. Determinations of impacts under CEQA must rely on substantial evidence. There was a question about what is substantial evidence, and this is defined in CEQA guidelines as enough relevant information and reasonable inferences that a fair argument can be made to support a conclusion. You don't necessarily have to explain why certain analysis is invalid, but if there is enough information to support a conclusion be made, that is substantial evidence. There was a question about urban uses. This was also explained in more detail in the staff report. But generally, it is a property or urban development is generally located in a city in an area of dense population. There was also a question about fire risk and how fire risk applies to Class 32 infill exemptions. And the short answer is it kind of doesn't. There is nothing in the categorical exemption description that deals with or requires evaluation of high fire risk. It's also noted, though, that even for projects that are subject to analysis of wildfire, which is a new provision of the CEQA guidelines, it only applies if the project is located in a very high fire hazard severity zone, which this site is not. Another question was regarding the relationship between CEQA and the categorical exemption and a project entitlement application. And I think specifically the question had to do with how can you have a CEQA determination without a project approval. CEQA analysis is done in order to inform the decision-making body of what the potential environmental consequences are should you decide to approve or to deny a project. A CEQA determination is made or can be made, and a project could still not move forward. All that CEQA is doing is disclosing the potential consequences of a decision in favor or against a project. Okay. There was a request to clarify what concessions and waivers are under state density bonus law. Both of them, in short, are requests that are associated with density bonus requests to allow some flexibility to some standard in a city's development guidance or development requirements. So concessions, as is described on the screen, are modifications to development standards, such as lot coverage or building height, that are intended to result in verifiable cost savings for the project. Developments that include an affordable housing component are expected to take some sort of financial cut, right? They're not going to make as much money as if all of the units were charged, rented, or sold at market rate. There's some loss that's going to be taken. The concession is provided in government code to offset that loss. There is some cost savings that's provided with the flexibility in the development standard that's provided that offsets that financial, the financial loss that's taken by providing affordable units. The number of concessions to which a development is entitled is dependent on how much affordable housing or what percentage of affordable housing is provided. The higher the percentage, the more concessions are entitled to the developer. Waivers are also reductions or flexibility of development standards. They are, however, not tied to economic feasibility of the project. They are tied to physical feasibility of the project. So if there is some physical constraint that would preclude the project from being built at the specified density, the developer could request that that standard be waived or that there be some flexibility in that standard. Unlike with concessions, which are dependent on the percentage of affordable units, waivers have no limitation or minimum or maximum on how many could be requested or entitled for an affordable house, a development that includes an affordable housing component. Questions about what can or what cannot be allowed under state density bonus law. Okay. The city can require that that the site plan be modified to replace a tree, to shift a location of a landscaping area, to shift location of a driveway. The city can require conditions that address architectural design, such as exterior finishes, colors, or aesthetic details. The city can require conditions that address landscape design or stormwater quality features. So there are some things that the city can require, but they are generally tied to the physical environment of the proposal. Under density bonus law, the city cannot require a reduction in the number of residential units that have been proposed. The city cannot deny a concession if there is evidence that the concession is necessary for the project to be economically feasible. The city cannot deny a waiver, again, for the same reason, if there's not adequate evidence to demonstrate that the waiver is not necessary to avoid physically precluding project construction. And the city cannot require more than one parking space per one-bedroom unit or 2 spaces per 2-bedroom or larger unit. So there is a cap on what the city can require for parking. Okay. Again, I apologize that the text is cropped. Thank you. Okay. So there were questions about conditions of approval and what can be required or requested of a developer. There's a response in your staff report dealing with nexus and proportionality. In general, discretionary permits can be conditioned. A planning commission or a city council can approve a project subject to conditions of approval. Again, excluding what was precluded in that last slide. But discretionary actions can be conditioned, but the conditions have to be reasonably connected to the project and the project's effects on the community and the burden that's imposed by that development. That being said, a developer can propose to do more than what would be required or directly caused by the development. In this case, the developer has offered funds for transportation and safety improvements and for some trees. Those are voluntary. And I'll speak to those a little bit later as well. There was a question about the PD district. I'm going to try to go through these a little quicker because I'm running out of time, but the PD district was applied to each parcel individually, and the standards of each PD district were applied to each parcel individually. There was also a general plan consistency evaluation that included policies from the general plan community design element, as well as from the housing element, and the goals in the housing element that support diversity of housing types that are offered to residents of the city. Again, there's more analysis on this in the staff report, both the February 4th and the current March 3rd reports. So to sum up, there were some revisions that staff recommends be made to your draft resolution based on the additional information, the revisions that have been proposed by the applicant. As I mentioned before, staff does recommend that the parking permit program for the Stranahan subdivision be eliminated based on the addition of the additional 20 stalls, which is 90% of what the city can require for parking. There's also some language in the recommended resolution that clarifies that the 55-plus age restriction would apply to the affordable units, the 7 very low-income units within the development. That would be part of the restriction on the occupancy of those properties. apartments. And then based on the feedback that we got from the developer, we also suggest broadening the conditions that deal with the improvements to Marsh Creek Road. So instead of specifying that there be speed feedback signs or flashing beacons at the crosswalk, because those would require more funding than the developer is offered to pay, staff recommends that there be flexibility in that language, that the developers still pay those funds, but that those funds could go more generally toward multimodal improvements that the city engineer would recommend. That could be signage, it could be additional striping. If the city were able to obtain grant funds, that could also mean some of those other improvements could be built, but those funds would need to come from somewhere else. Okay. And I'm going to turn it over to Mala for the next part of the presentation.
Ready to go? Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to give a very brief overview of density bonus law. Some of it you've already heard from Dana.
Pull the mic a little closer.
A little closer. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So density bonus law is found under the government code, specifically 65915. It was enacted quite a bit ago in 1979. The point of it is to incentivize the production of affordable housing. The law is intended to be interpreted liberally in favor of producing the maximum number of total housing units. So the way it works is the developer has to agree to provide a qualifying project. We'll talk about that in just a second. Presuming a qualifying project is produced, then there are 4 things the developer can get. The first is the density bonus, which increases the density of the project beyond what the general plan provides for, as well as the zoning code provides for. And then the project may be entitled to concessions, which you heard Dana talk about, which is a reduction in development standards. Those are limited to a certain number based upon the type of project that is produced. And then in addition, the developer can seek waivers of development standards. These are an unlimited request that can be made. And lastly, there can also be a request for parking reductions. In exchange for all of this, again, the goal is that the city gets affordable housing, or depending on another qualifying project, in this case it's affordable housing that's guaranteed for a set duration. So these are the types of qualifying projects that the developer can select. It's the developer who gets to select which project he or she is going to provide. In this case, the developer has selected the very low category, which is the top left. At a minimum, the developer would have to provide 5% of the units at very low income. In this case, he is providing 11%, so therefore it provides him the maximum density bonus of 35%. The density bonus starts at 20% and then increases depending on the percentage of very low income units. As you can see, there are other categories that could have been provided. There's a low income category, a moderate income category. There is also 100% housing for seniors, where there's no affordability requirement, and that would provide a 20% density increase. That was not applied for here. Again, it was only the very low category which produced the 35% maximum density bonus. The project qualifies for 2 concessions. As Dana mentioned, those are a reduction in site development standards that would be required that result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. The granting of the density bonus or the concessions do not require a general plan amendment or a zone change, a study, or other discretionary approval. Density bonus law is very clear about that. So even though it exceeds the general plan designation for the amount of density as well as the zoning, the grant of the additional 35% does not require any amendments to those laws. In this case, because the developer is providing at least 10% very low income housing, he is entitled to 2 concessions. As you can see on the chart, depending on what you are providing and the percentages, bases on how many concessions. The maximum you can get is 3 concessions. In this case, he qualifies for 2 concessions. In order for the council to deny a concession, The council would have to find one of these three categories in order to make a denial finding on the two concessions that have been requested. The first one is that it would not result in an identifiable and actual cost reduction to provide the affordable housing costs or for rents for the target units. The second one would be the project would have a specific adverse impact. The concession that was being requested would have a specific adverse impact. That's a defined term under the Housing Accountability Act. And then the third one is that it would be contrary to state or federal law. The council would only need to find one of the three, but it would need to make that finding in order to deny a concession. If the council were to deny a concession, it could be challenged in court. The challenging party could obtain both the concession and attorney's fees if we were not able to make the appropriate findings. In addition, a applicant can request an unlimited amount of waivers from development standards. Dana mentioned that earlier. There are no limits on that, and likewise, there are three reasons in which the council can deny those waivers. The first one is it's not necessary to physically preclude construction of the project. The second finding is that specific adverse impact finding I made. And the third one is the same finding about contrary to state or federal law. And then likewise, if the council were to deny a waiver and were challenged, the council could face itself even having to agree to the waivers if a court didn't find that we had made the appropriate findings, and attorney's fees and costs would also be applied to the city. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions of the staff? Go ahead.
Okay, Dana, can you clarify for me the language the city can require for parking? You said the city can require 117 spaces.
Yes.
Are we saying that we have the right to require those, or is that?
It's the maximum that you can require. You
Require.
cannot require any more than that. So the parking ratios, as I mentioned in the presentation, are set in density bonus law, and it's one parking space per one-bedroom unit and two parking spaces per two-bedroom unit. Based on the unit counts, the bedroom and unit counts, the ratio of 1 to 2 bedrooms in the proposed project, the maximum that the city could require is 117 stalls. Now, the developer has requested, again, that parking be reduced as one of his concessions for the project.
How long will this be on the books as a 55 and older complex?
So
And how long? And also, how long does the low, very low income, those 7 units, how long does that stay?
So those would need to, the 7 affordable units would need to be deed restricted, and that of 55 years.
55 years?
Yes, for 55 years.
And that's just for those 7 units?
Just for the 7 units.
What about the others?
There's no requirement under density bonus law that there be a deed restriction for the market rate units.
So those would just be market rate and whatever it is. But how long does that require to be 55 and older, or where does that come down? It'd be market rate, because we've been talking a lot about 55 or older on this. That's what we've been presented. And my question would be, is that the actual case here? Are those market rate for 55 and older, or are they going to be for anyone?
As it's been proposed by the developer, they would be 55. There are two, maybe 55. They'd be for tenants aged 55 or older. That's how it's been proposed. There are some requirements under federal laws that would require some reporting. There are some ratios that would need to be abided by. At least 80% of the unit, or 80% of the tenants would need to be 55 plus to comply with some federal regulations that deal with financing of the project. But there would be no requirement on the part of the city, or no imposition, no requirement under state density bonus law that the affordable units be deed restricted for 55 or older.
So they could be, and there's no time requirement.
Correct.
Okay. And then, Mala, with regard to challenges here, when we talk about fees and costs, is that in addition to damages? Attorneys' fees and costs in addition to damages, if we were to
You know,
deny this?
if they wanted to plead it as a takings case, it would depend how a lawsuit would come in. So yes, there could be damages. I mean, at a minimum, the statute provides for attorneys' fees and costs. There's also a penalty provision if the court orders you to approve the project or approve parts of the project and you don't do so within a certain time frame.
Okay, that's all I have now.
Okay, any other questions of staff at this point? All right,
I have lots of questions, but I'm going to save them until.
till it's time for discussion? Okay, very good. I'm sure by that time we will all have more questions to ask. So, all right, thank you, Mala and Dana, for those reports. We will now move to the presentations for the appellants. Each of the appellants will have 10 minutes, and we will be setting the timer. Janet already has it up here. And so when it's green, you can talk. When it goes to yellow, you've got how many seconds? 30 seconds left. And when it goes red, please stop talking and allow us to move on. I will reiterate, please be respectful of the speakers. Because we have a few. Again, I only have 4 cards up here. Is that all that want to speak? In which case, we might be getting to a decision tonight. Who knows? So if you want to speak tonight, you need to fill out a blue card and get it to Janet. All right, then we will start with Dan Hummer. And Dan, you have 10 minutes. He doesn't look like Dan Hummer. I have a feeling he's brought a guest.
Yes, my name is Randy Toke. I am an attorney, and I was consulted by Mr. Hummer.
I'm not sure. Do you need me to speak at all at this point, or?
Nope, he can take your time.
We do have a
But
couple
you're
of...
using the 10 minutes right now.
You have
Okay,
a
that's
total
fine.
of 10 minutes, so
Point taken.
Okay, thank you very much. I am not going to reiterate what was in the letter, but I do want to talk about a few points that staff brought up. And let's start with the basics. There is no density bonus. It was not approved at the Planning Commission. That's on appeal tonight. Staff has talked as if you have to approve it because there's a density bonus. There's no density bonus unless you grant the appeal. So let's go in reverse order. The question is, what is the number of parking spots? The answer is 180 until you grant a density bonus, if you decide to grant a density bonus. What would the parking be if you grant the density bonus? It would be 117. Okay. Having said that, to get to the 117, he needs to be able to demonstrate the identifiable and actual cost reductions that go with reducing the number of parking spaces. The fact is, this is what it's all about. I mean, we can go all night, but the fact is, this is a completely overbuilt, overproposed project for the lot. I'm not one of those people who's going to come in and say, no, never here, never there. The fact is that that is too much building for the lots that are there. If you reverse engineered it by saying we need to meet code, which is city code, which is 180. That's what city has decided is what's appropriate for parking. Two bedrooms gets 2.5 parking spots. 1 bedrooms get 2 parking spots. That's how you get to 180. The density bonus only applies if you can show the identifiable cost reduction. I've never yet seen an apartment that costs less to build than a parking spot. So the very fact of the matter is what we should be doing is saying, how do you match, I'm not an engineer, I don't know, but how do you match the appropriate parking with the appropriate density? You don't max it out to the absolute limit and then say, okay, you have to take it. The council represents all the citizens of this town. This council is in a really difficult position right now. Having said that, there are a lot of things that the council really needs to consider. Number one, the argument that this is categorically exempt, meaning that it should get the same level of analysis that adding 10,000 feet to a commercial building, building another residence on an already developed neighborhood that happens to have 1 lot but is pre-zoned and pre-approved, so you're not going to require Mr. and Mrs. Smith to do an EIR. Put it in that category and say, here's an 81-unit building that we're going to say doesn't have any environmental effect. Well, after me, people are going to speak about the effects, particularly of the overburden parking. And so let's go straight to that. I have been told multiple times that citizens of this town, residents of this town, are told that parking is not an environmental effect. That is not true. We need to start with that. There are laws that in specific situations, parking is not to be considered. And I want to, pull out where this is most relevant, because it came up in the context of a large, let me read this to you. This is from the Association of Environmental Professionals 2019. And it talks about a case that said, in that case, parking is not an environmental effect. And here's what the Association of Environmental Professionals says. The court found that parking impacts were not subject to CEQA review because this is an infill project near a high-quality transit station. Public Resources Code Section 21099 specifically exempts parking impacts from CEQA review under those circumstances. The court noted that there is some disagreement among the courts on the issue of whether parking is a CEQA impact, meaning you know that's going to come up, but concluded that this did not matter in light of the clear application of 21099 to that project on that transit site. So if this were an infill project next to a BART station in Berkeley, and the question was how much parking are we going to be able to dial back because we're doing low-income housing and there's plenty of room around and other modes of transportation, that's one thing. When the only method of moving around is your car, parking is a factor. And saying that it's not doesn't make it less so. I also want to really hammer on the environmental report that was submitted in 2012 and approved by the council that created the very thing that we're dealing with now. I mentioned it in my letter, so I may be going back a little bit on saying that I wouldn't reiterate the letter. But this is from the Housing Element Implementation Project Initial Environmental Study Mitigated Neg Deck, City of Clayton, Community Development Department, February 2012. All of the 6 redesignation sites contain mature trees, the removal of which would conflict with local policies. The proposed project does not include direct development of the subject properties. However, future development today of the subject properties could result in adverse impacts to trees. Let me keep going. The city's tree protection ordinance requires submission of a tree protection plan for trees greater than 6 inches in diameter, which are located within 50 feet of a construction zone. I can go on, but to say that there is no environmental impact when the environmental impact report says there will be an environmental impact just completely takes it out of any possibility of a categorical exemption. Now, I also, in the letter, addressed the question of whether or not you guys live in an urban zone or a rural zone. That's interesting because, as we know, the categorical exemption class 32 talks about being in an urban zone. And what the environmental impact report from the general plan designation that created this says, the development of the 6 project sites in accordance with the proposed multifamily high-density general land use designation would change the existing visual settings from primarily vacant land and large lot family residential uses to urban areas consisting of multifamily high-density residential developments, period. I urge you to consider this is not categorically exempt. You may have an issue with the developer threatening whatever. I don't know. I wasn't here at the last meeting. I do know that you need to follow California Environmental Quality Act. I do know that it is not categorically exempt. You cannot compare an 81-unit development, say that it's in an urban area, that it's consistent with the general plan, when obviously there's an exception to the general plan for bonus density housing, but that doesn't make it consistent. You can go through the list of each one. Each one would be up in front of the court to decide whether or not this is categorically exempt. I have never yet met a city council that made an error by referring something for further environmental review. I also pointed out in the letter that there is a streamlined process for infill development. Not a categorical exemption, not a full EIR, but a process for looking at it. And it does have, it's quite extensive, and I'm not going to go into it now, but if the project doesn't meet the requirements for the streamlined review, how can you possibly believe that it could be categorically exempt? Having said that, the whole point of CEQA is to give you the information you need in order to make the decision. So to sort of bring it around and summarize everything that I'm trying to point out here, I don't know on the bonus density. I do know that you have the right, the obligation to decide whether or not granting a concession of the parking spaces. And mind you, it's not 10, it's a concession from 180 down to 106. 180 is what's required by code. So to reduce it from 180 down to 117, you have to find, A, that it qualifies for a bonus density, a density bonus, and B, that every one of those reductions is going to create some kind of a benefit in terms of cost savings to the project. To bring it under 117 down to 106, you're under no obligation whatsoever to do it. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, please, we requested respect. If I have to stop the meeting, I will. Trust me, I can do that. All right. The next appellant is Irina and Alexander Liskovich. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, good evening, the City Council and the citizens of Clayton. We are not going to argue any points of law. We had a lawyer for that. I'm appealing to the City Council as a representatives of this community, not the developer, but this community. We have a right to ask you guys for several things. We want our lives not to be destroyed. As simple as that. The lives of us will be destroyed because there is no way we can maintain our privacy. There are laws, there are general laws that says that there is a reasonable maintenance of the privacy in adjacent property owners and occupants. The proposed site plan will put every tenant in this development into our bedroom. This is not right. There are things that are right and there are things that are wrong. I am not arguing points of law. They will look directly into our bedrooms and our backyards. This is privacy. We do have a reasonable expectation of privacy. This is an adjacent property. This is not on the moon. It's right across the street. We have a reasonable expectation of adjacent property owners, and this site plan will destroy it completely for us, all of us, the normal cityscape views that we've been seeing for years. I moved to Clayton in 1998. Not yesterday, 1998, expecting not to have people looking into my backyard or into my windows. Also, we have to say another point. I have a whole stack of these documents. Since December, we've been sold this project is 55 plus. 55 plus, 55 plus, they're going to be older people using the facility, the public transportation. They're going to be this and they're going to be that. We read this and we read this, and we've been, and the city staff harping on this daily, every time. Now, we found out that it's not really required. I don't know why. There is a point of law, but I'm asking, have we been sold a bill of goods? There is an excellent 1,000-year tradition to haggle in the markets and the shuk in the Middle East. We've been haggling about these parking spaces, like in the shuk, every single hearing, every single meeting. This is not a shuk, and we cannot walk away like any customer. We cannot do this. We are being destroyed right in front of everybody else. This is not emotional. This is just a simple fact. This development is too big for that lot. It's humongous. And I have to say that telling there is no environmental impact, when you have three, you have huge residential project on the three non-contiguous lots in the city, because it would exceed any minimum density for any reason. It's just laughable. It's laughable. Everybody understands how humongous that thing is in front of Stranahan Circle. I mean, this is not something that the city council should overlook. There is absolutely no way that the state of California is going to sue you for not building this monstrosity. This project is inconsistent with anything we know and everything we heard of, everything we lived with in this city. There is no points of law for me to argue. I am not a lawyer. But in summary, I have to say, the notion that a developer can simply and only have one apartment designated for very low income, over which is otherwise required by law as a condition to even obtain a site permit, in return will be allowed to have additional 20 units at full market price. That's what it's all about. It's about having the full market price. It's about selling this project from underneath those tenants ASAP. But I'm asking the city council that you have to reconsider, you have to really think about it, because when the bulldozers come in, it will be too late. And yes, we will go to with a ballot box, and yes, we will put the initiative to stop the rezoning and to stop all this. But for us, it will be too late. Yes, we have that option. Yes, we will raise enough money to exercise that option. But by November, it might be too late. That's why I'm asking the council to actually grant the appeal that we filed, because there is no categorical exemption to this project. There is none of this is actually required. The staff just said every 5 seconds, the city council can. The city council can. It didn't say the city council must. The city council has to. No, can. There is a humongous difference between you can do something or you don't have to do something. That's what I'm appealing to the city council again, because this project is so alien to this community, to Stranahan, to the Isley Estates. I had support for my fundraising effort from all over Clayton, not just Stranahan. Everybody in Stranahan was giving money to the GoFundMe. But it was people from Oakhurst, from Peacock Creek, from Dana Hills, from everywhere, because they understand it is a beginning of the disaster. It is a beginning. We all know it's not a speculation. The city staff trying to tell me it is not a speculation. If somebody wants to buy the property, what they're going to have on this property, they're going to keep developing. So instead of 3 parcels, we're going to have 6 parcels. This is not a speculation. We obtained the documents from the city telling us that the Hoyer land is already sold. So this is not a joke for us. This is our lives on the line. That's what we want to tell you. as the city council who represents the citizens of Clayton, you have to think about it. And we had a feeling last time at the hearing that you've made up your mind. And that was not acceptable. You should think about it still. You cannot just make a decision just because somebody tells you that it's so. It does not necessarily mean it is so. That's why we retained an attorney, because we wanted to hear a second opinion from the land use attorney. We had to understand why this gets shoved down our throats. There is not a single attorney in the whole world, especially in the United States of America. There are lots of them, and they have different opinions, but there is a case law. There are people who actually do it for a living. And I, after reading the letter carefully, had an understanding as a normally educated person with a couple of college degrees that that is not a done deal. There is can versus must. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you. The next speaker is Kent Tipson.
First, I want to start off reiterating what I did say at the last council meeting and at the previous planning commission meeting. I'm glad Pete Lawrence is here to hear this, because I think I did talk to you in my dad's backyard on the 4th of July, and I did talk to Pete Lawrence in my dad's backyard on the 4th of July, and I pleaded with you to not rezone these properties. All righty then. And I pleaded with you to not rezone these properties. And I pleaded at this very podium in front of the planning commissioners, two of our now city council members, Julie, Pete, and he rezoned it. And that's what put us in this whole kerfuffle that we're in right now. And I'm not an anti-growth person. I actually sat with Bill in my backyard. He said he was going to protect my privacy. He was going to build something reasonable. He showed me a 15-unit project that was 2 stories, 15 units to the acre. I said, Bill, you build that, you won't hear from me. You might hear from the rest of the community, but you won't hear from me. And that's right next to my home. But this has grown to a behemoth, and it's just too big. So this is not a NIMBY thing. It's just too big. I want to speak now to a part of the, respectfully, the language that you put up there about piecemealing wasn't really a rebuttal or an argument. It was just a definition of piecemealing. And it didn't really respond that this is or isn't piecemealing. So one of the things in the definition, it said if it's foreseeable. And I spoke to the Planning Commission and I spoke to the City Council about my belief that Bill had tied up the 3 properties, 2 of Mr. Hoyer's and the one next to him. And I even invited Bill and his attorney to come up and refute that. And he didn't. He didn't say he didn't own them. So you could take that as I do own them. Because he would have the opportunity to say, I don't have any ties to those. But he didn't. And so in the definition, it says foreseeable. So these properties have the exact same zoning as the 3 acres that he has. They're right next to the 3 acres that he has. And now I found out that on January 26th, it recorded. Bill Jordan owns Mr. Hoyer's properties. Spent $1.5 million for a 2,300 square foot house. So the average house in Clayton, nice house, Oakhurst, $450 a square foot. Jordan paid $650 a square foot for a 1960 2,300 square foot house. I don't think it's because he's grossly enamored with the home. I think it's because the acre and a half provides him 40 more units. 40. And if he has the property in between it, it's going to be another 40. And this has been my argument all along. So I tried to draw the bridge, and I guess it was too long when I said, I think he has them tied up. Well, now he has them recorded. He owns them. That's a pretty strong bridge. And I think it goes beyond foreseeable. So if it is, in fact, 6 acres, it's not an infill project. It doesn't get CEQA exemptions. The reason this is being done this way is because 3 acres makes him an infill project. He gets his exemptions. You guys approve it. You set precedent. And then the next one's a slam dunk. They go right down the street and they do it again. So you guys are walking on a very slippery slope now. CEQA exemptions are something that is going to set a precedent, not only for this project, possibly the next project that Mr. Jordan does or whoever he sells it to does, and other developments in this town. So I strongly urge that you temper your actions with wisdom. You really understand the path that you're walking down and realize that this is not an 80-unit development. What you're going to approve tonight or not approve tonight is probably closer to a 170-unit development. That's what's before you. So give it the weight that it deserves. Thank you.
All right. The next speaker is Bill Jordan or Mr. Villegas.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members and city staff. As you know, I'm William Jordan, and I'm representing the Olivia on Marsh Creek. Tonight, I have my attorney again from Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. He will go over the project, the merits of our development, and why it meets all your ordinances, state law, to a T. But before I give it over to Steve, interestingly, the 3 appellants, Irina, Kent, and Dan, were at my meeting when I had a 15-unit project. It was 15 units per acre. It was in this room, and they know what happened that night. It was a beautiful project. Another great project. It was craftsman style. So there's history. But anyway, it's an interesting fact, and they should remember what happened that night. But anyway, I will turn it over to Steve at this point.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Janet. Good evening, Mayor Pierce, fellow council members. Could you put up the one that I had sent? No, the one that okay, thank you. These are the ones sent today? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm here to do 3 things. Here's the introduction. I'm going to talk to you about 3 things. Density bonus law and Housing Accountability Act, specifically how the project's consistent with the general plan, housing element, town center specific plan, and the applicable zoning, and talk about the requested concessions and reductions of the development standards. Second, we're going to talk about the CEQA infill exemption, most notably that there is undisputed evidence in the record demonstrating that the project satisfies all of the exemption criteria and that there is no substantial evidence, as your staff told you the definition earlier, that any exceptions will apply or any other impacts. And lastly, I'm going to address some of the points raised in the Attorney Toke's letter and the points he made tonight. As staff has repeatedly pointed out to you in consistent staff reports going back to November, December, February, and again today, all packaged neatly in the 256-page staff report that was prepared. The project meets the general plan's high family, high density designation, which allows 20 units per acre, and that's a base density before any density bonus is added on top of it. And it also meets the structural coverage requirements. It doesn't exceed 65% of the site area. As I'll show you later, it's much, much below that standard. The housing element, I note the specific policies. I mean, it's pretty incredible when you look through the housing element, how many policies this project exactly matches up with. The housing element has policies requiring you to facilitate affordable housing on housing opportunity sites, just like this site was designated as a housing opportunity site. It meets the needs of very low-income households and seniors, encourages affordable housing, provides flexibility. These are policies that you put on yourselves to review projects to ensure that your housing element, which is part of your general plan, could be certified and could be implemented and accomplished. It also meets the density bonus law, utilization policies in the housing element, and it also, provides compact development on an infill lot, and it moves City Clayton closer to meeting its regional housing needs assessment requirements. Only one of the lots is within the town center specific plan, but it meets the policies of that plan because it supports and enhances the town center with multi-family, high-density residential housing. It develops at required multi-story buildings. It's architecturally compatible with the historical Western and Craftsman vernacular of the town center specific plan, and it develops underutilized properties, consistent across the board. The zoning district, Randall, or Attorney Toke, mentioned the planned development district. Yes, the planned development district does apply to the parcels, but the development standards are the ones under Chapter 1720 for multifamily residential high density. And this project, as staff has demonstrated, meets an overwhelming majority of those development standards for multiple family residential high density. The only ones that it doesn't are the ones that we're seeking concessions for, and not waivers. Remember that you can get waivers and reductions in addition to concessions. We're not asking you to eliminate or waive development standards. A few of them, we are asking to reduce them, because if you didn't, they would physically preclude the development of the project at the density that's being requested. So I'm not going to go through. Mala had a great summary of what the density bonus says and requires. These are just reiterating those. But, in a nutshell, the concessions, staff was right, must be granted if they provide cost reductions necessary to provide affordable units. And here's a key point. Mr. Toke says there's no evidence of cost reductions. Well, apparently he didn't look back at the past staff reports and the past history of the project. There's an economic analysis done by Placeworks which does just that and demonstrates the specific cost reductions that the concessions will provide, which provide here and will facilitate the provision of the affordable units. That's all that is required. And there's no evidence that they won't provide those cost reductions. Waivers must also be granted if they would physically preclude development at the permitted density. I mean, the Placeworks memo also discusses and demonstrates that the waivers are needed because if you applied those development standards without reducing them as we've requested, that they would physically preclude the project as proposed. You only need to look at the site plans themselves to see that there is no more room for the waivers we're asking for. The setbacks, some compact parking, those sort of things. There is no more room. I'm not going to reiterate this except for one point. There is one way you can deny the concessions and waivers, is if you find that the project would have a significant adverse impact on public health and safety. But Mala rolled over it without demonstrating that. She said that it's specifically defined in the Housing Accountability Act. Here's the definition from the Housing Accountability Act. It's just not any willy-nilly speculative claim that there's going to be a public health and safety impact. It has to be an impact based on an objective, identified written public health or safety standard or policy that was in place at the time the project was deemed complete. To date, neither the appellants nor staff have identified any written objective policy that was in place back then that this project is inconsistent with. So we get to the infill exemption. Your expert and advisory body, the Planning Commission, after hearing 2 meetings long of public comment and staff reports and testimony from myself and others, determined in a 3-1 vote that this project does qualify and does fall under the infill exemption. They were correct. Here's the criteria for an infill exemption: consistent with general plan designation and applicable general plan policies. Staff has demonstrated that, and I just showed you that it complies with all the general plan and zoning. Now, except for the ones we're asking for concessions or waivers from. But the court in Woolmer versus Berkeley said you don't count the standards that you're asking for concessions or waivers. Those can't be inconsistencies. So the case law right there demonstrates that we are consistent, even with our concessions and waiver requests. City limits, is the project within city limits on a site less than 5 acres surrounded by urban uses? Absolutely. The site is 3 acres surrounded by urban uses. Now, Attorney Toke pointed to some past documents talking about rural or urban discussion. We're here talking about this project, and staff demonstrated that the definition of urban, and if you look in the staff report, it's much more in depth, and I commend staff. It's correct. The Banker Hill decision is the only case to really address this on point. And it basically says if you're within the city and in a populated area and there are city and population urban uses surrounding you, you meet this. Here's the site. Stranahan across the street. Major arterial Marsh Creek Road is next to it. The post office and the AT&T building, and then developed residential lots. It is surrounded by urban uses. It's completely surrounded by urban uses, not just substantially surrounded as the requirement in the requires. The reports, the biological reports that were also peer-reviewed and approved by the city's own independent consultant demonstrate that there are no endangered or threatened species on habitat on the site. And those reports and the city's independent consultant also agreed that the evidence demonstrate that the project will not cause significant traffic, noise, air, or water quality impacts. And staff demonstrated, and you could tell because all the development, that's the urban uses and development that surrounds the entire site, that it can be served by all required utilities and public services. This writing is small, and I don't address every issue raised in Toke's letter, but I wanted to just start out by saying it's not clear to me whether the claims in Mr. Toke's letter are based on his unfamiliarity with this area of the law, or whether the letter is a deliberate attempt to mislead and confuse the city council at the 11th hour. But the fact is, Mr. Toke's letter consistently misapplies and ignores key provisions of the Density Bonus Law, Housing Accountability Act, and relevant case law. Case in point, he claims the project is inconsistent with general plan and zoning. Not true. You, as city attorney demonstrated to you, you take the max base zoning that's allowed first, which is 20 units per acre. Then you add the bonus on top of that. That's how it's done. And that's how it was done here to come up with the 81 units. Attorney Toke claimed that the case that I referenced, Woolmer versus Berkeley, is not relevant. It is relevant. There, the court upheld the city's approval of a density bonus project, including an increase over the max allowed density, with concessions and waivers in reliance on a CEQA infill exemption. It's directly on point here, and he made no attempt to explain why he felt it was irrelevant. Again, the PD zoning, he was confused about its application or what it required. The PD zoning uses the development standards, as I mentioned, from the multifamily residential high density zone, and this project satisfies all of those standards. Second big point he claimed in his letter was that the density bonus ignores your inclusionary housing ordinance. It doesn't ignore it. He ignores the case on point, Latinos Unidos del Valle de Napa de Solano versus County of Napa, which found that units provided pursuant to inclusionary ordinance must be counted as units entitling the project to a density bonus. In other words, the court held there, the city is forbidden from requiring affordable units needed to qualify for a density bonus be added to the units to satisfy inclusionary ordinance. Again, he says parking concession is not proven to result in cost reductions. I already covered that. It certainly does. The PlaceWorks economic analysis in pro forma demonstrates that, and there's no evidence counter to it. I wanted to finish with some final thoughts. Mr. Toke is wrong. We're not talking about 180 parking spaces. When you submit a qualified project under the density bonus law, which we have by promising to deed restrict 7 of them very low income units, you get the density bonus and also the max parking required under it, the 117. So we're not talking about 180, we're 117. And the concession just down to 106, thanks to our really hard work to find new spots and the max number of spots we could find at Councilmember Catalano's suggestion. We're 90% of the max you can request. And we're over the amount that the city's own consultant found was necessary for adequate parking of this site. I'll just go down to my final point. Follow your staff's well-reasoned and supported recommendation. Deny the CEQA appeals. Affirm the Planning Commission's determination that the project's categorically exempt from CEQA. And grant Mr. Jordan's appeal and approve the entitlements requested. Lastly, staff didn't point out what they did further in their staff report. For a piecemealing argument, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think for clarification of some of the comments that were made, I saw staff scribbling rather frantically. I think it would be helpful for the public to hear if you've got some responses to some of those, and maybe again talk about what constitutes piecemealing. That was one of the questions I asked again, just for clarification. Maybe you can give the audience that definition. Does that have to be projects that are in the city at the time? Does it, what constitutes reasonable suspicion that there would be piecemealing?
Mayor Pierce, I'm going to ask my colleague Sarah Osowitz, who was our CEQA specialist, to go up to the podium and answer that question.
Very good, thank you. And please introduce yourself again to the audience.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sarah Osowitz. I'm of counsel with the law firm of Best and Krieger.
Get closer to the mic.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
I'm of counsel with Sarah Osowitz, of counsel, law firm of Best and Krieger. I've been doing CEQA work for 20 years last November, just CEQA. Met council member Catalano briefly when we litigated a matter. I was his deputy city attorney for San Francisco 15, 16 years ago? Probably. We never actually met. I think we just emailed. At any event, to answer your question about piecemealing, and I can certainly direct you to some degree to the write-up that's in the packet that you have.
But not everybody in the room has read that.
Yes.
So
the term piecemealing...
Can I ask you once more to pull the mic closer?
I'm so
to
sorry.
yourself?
I'll step closer. The term piecemealing is derived from case law. It's not in CEQA. It's what courts say when they see a project has been split in two so that each project gets reviewed and the impacts look less, because if they were reviewed together, they might look like they are more. That's why a court many, many years ago used the phrase piecemealing, and it stuck, and that's what courts refer to it as. One of the most recent cases on piecemealing is cited in your material, and actually it's the case that is much more famous for being the one that allowed the Kings to build their new basketball stadium in San Francisco, in the Sacramento, East Sacramento Partnership for a Livable City versus City of Sacramento. And there, the court reaffirmed that a lead agency may not split a single large project into a smaller one, and that would be piecemealing. But the court also said there is no piecemealing when a CEQA document does not analyze a development that is planned independently of the project. In other words, if the development could be approved and operated whether or not the project itself was approved. And I tend to find that this concept is more easily understood with like just an example of an earlier case, I think in Tuolumne County. An applicant wanted to build a shopping mall. There was no road to get to the shopping mall. The applicant said, well, the road will have to be built by the county. It's not my project. I should only have to do environmental review of the shopping mall and not the road. And so ultimately, they were broken into two different CEQA documents. The court said, you can't do that. And what the court said, and you can see this in federal NEPA case law too, is that the road was an if-then for the shopping center. In other words, the shopping center can't go in without the road. They are one. They are not independent of each other. They do not have independent utility. So here, to bring us back to the current matter, I understand there is some concern based on representations that have been made tonight that there might in some future day be an application for another project on another parcel somewhere near the parcel that is under your review tonight. At the end of the day, if you said no to this project, could that project go forward? And if you said yes to this project, does it need that other project to go forward? That's what independent utility means. So it's only piecemealing if the two projects have to go together or neither of them can go. That's not what we're looking at tonight. If nothing was ever approved, ever again, related to the applicant, this project could still go forward, which is why it's not piecemealing. We're not looking at an issue of piecemealing. We're also not looking at an issue of piecemealing for a second reason, which is that there is no other application out there for any other, even potentially related project. There's no application at all. It's not like the shopping center and the road, where both of them were being reviewed at the same time in separate documents.
Okay, so can I ask a clarification? So on that second point, so specifically, a lot of cities use sort of a list-based method to determine what are the reasonably foreseeable future projects. And I think they typically apply, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if you have an environmental application that has been filed for two applications, therefore you must consider, are these connected, and are we piecemealing if we treat them separately? But usually you look at the fact of whether or not you filed an environmental application for that reasonably foreseeable future project.
That is generally how I see it as well. That's derived out of a San Francisco case, Citizens Upholding the Downtown Plan, that said, how do we need a bright line to know when something is reasonably foreseeable and when it is not? The fact that a developer gave a press conference and said he really wants to build something can't be our test, because that's just aspirational. We need someone to have actually paid the money and submitted an application, whether it's to this city or to a nearby city. I mean, it's not limited to jurisdiction. The one thing I would say that is different here is that when using the infill exemption, we don't actually look at the cumulative impacts standards that apply to EIRs and mitigating neg decks, as is included in your material. It's a much more limited test. Same time, same place. Or same type, same place is what the exception actually says. So it's much more narrow than just whether there's another application out there for another project. It has to be a proximate project of the same type. And the recent case law on that is also from San Francisco, but it's also very visual. They were telecom boxes all over the city, lots of them. And somebody said, why are you using a minor structure exemption? There's hundreds of these things. You're putting them all over the city. And the court said, but you can't see one from, or hear one, or smell one from the other. They're not same type, same place. They're everywhere, but they're not visually connected. And so that's the test for an exception to the use of a categorical exemption.
Okay. Any other questions immediately from the council that we need before we go forward? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. 30 seconds, and that's it. We cannot have
Mayor
repeat.
Pierce, I just want to be clear, then you may be opening it up to other individuals who have already spoken.
Thank you.
All right.
Public Resources
well,
Code
you know-
21159.27, prohibition against piecemealing to qualify for exemptions. A project may not be divided into smaller projects to qualify for one or more exemptions pursuant to this article, period.
Thank you. I have 5 speaker cards. You want to rebut that, I know. I think we just got the explanation.
Less than 10 seconds.
I think we got the explanation about piecemealing, so we've got the definition now. Okay, I have 5 speaker cards. Anybody else that wants to speak, you need to get them up here now, okay? All right, this first speaker I have is Jim Luchas.
Good evening, Mayor Pierce, council members. Again, my name's Jim Luchas, and I've lived in Clayton, 31 years. And Clayton's a wonderful town. You know, we all talk about buildings and traffic, but what makes Clayton special is the people, our neighborhoods. We get along. It's a low-crime community. We have good schools. I know all my neighbors on my street. And I believe there's room for more people in Clayton, okay? I'm actually now 60 years old, and maybe in 15, 20 years, I'm not going to be interested in taking care of my pool, being the pool boy. And I would consider moving into one of these units myself, and then maybe selling my house to one of my 4 grown children. With the urban build line that was passed in 1990, there will be little development in Marsh Creek and Morgan Territory. We need infill development. Our acute housing shortage driving up prices due to cities limiting development and placing high development fees on developers. More housing can provide better affordability. More employers will leave California if the lack of housing is not fixed. And our grown children will leave California too. My grown daughter and son-in-law left a year ago. They went to Billings, Montana because they make $100,000 in Billings. They made $100,000 in Martinez. But the house price was $250,000 for a house that'd be $1 million here. I support property owners' rights to build. In the last couple of years, the state of California legislature had started legislature to remove cities' ability to make development along transit corridor. The Contra Costa County Line 10 goes right in front of this development. It is a transit corridor. And if the state of California wins that and passes that, you could have a 5 to 10-story development there, which would be totally unacceptable. I remember when Stranahan was a development used for boarding over 100 horses. And the city council approved it, and it's been a good development. And we've welcomed our new neighbors here. I support new neighbors here, and I support this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. The next speaker is Brian Bedell.
Good evening, Council. When I last addressed this body, I pointed out that you created this problem, you need to fix it. The good news is you've now been given 2 tools to fix it. The first tool is the fact that this whole thing has been based on a farce. This has been sold as a bill of goods of this 55 plus, but as your own staff report points out, It's not. There is absolutely no restriction. So what are we left in that regard? To take the word of Bill Jordan, a man who has lied, a man who has changed his project, and a man who has threatened not only a city councilman, but also many individuals with lawsuits, and in one case, physical violence. He's a liar and a thug, and to the extent you go along with him, you do so at your own peril. Secondly, the piecemeal exemption. The definition of piecemeal, as was pointed out, is enough evidence to support a reasonable inference. As has been pointed out through admissions by Bill Jordan himself that he has an interest in the property, and by public records that shows that he has purchased another property, leads any reasonable mind to figure out that he is going to be developing that property. And while counsel has cited that her opinion of this is that these cases show what is piecemeal, what she didn't cite is a single case that said this isn't one, and that's significant. There is no clear, bright line. It's subject to interpretation. And I submit to you as a 30-year litigator that I don't think it's going to be too hard to convince a judge that a man who has purchased property for 50% higher than market value next to a development that he has planned probably has plans to do it, and the only reason he didn't do it together is because he's trying to piecemeal skirt the law and skirt the requirements to that would ordinarily kick this out. You've got every option available to deny this. You know in your heart of hearts, as longtime Clayton residents, that this doesn't fit, that this isn't Clayton, that this shouldn't happen. To the extent you go along with it, you do so at your own peril. I rest assured that if you sign off to this, if you go along, you are not filling your job as the guardians of the community that you were elected to protect. And to the extent you don't, rest assured, come November, we will replace you with 3 people who will.
I asked you to be respectful of all speakers. The next speaker is Bob Brenneman. Thank you, Bob. The next speaker is Dana Pinalla.
Hello. Thank you, City Council, for having me here today. Oh, I'm too short. I am Dana Pinalla, a resident of Stranahan Circle. I've stood up here and expressed how I truly believe this project does not fit in the quaint downtown of our town of Clayton. My family moved here because we wanted, excuse me, a quiet and low-congested town where we can easily and safely walk, bike around, and enjoy all of the wonderful amenities Clayton has to offer. To think that a project like this could be built and take all that away saddens me greatly. With all that said, I understand that I can't just stand up here and only share my emotions and love for Clayton. I would like to share a few serious concerns I have with the project and staff's response to the concerns of Clayton residents. A lot which is in line with what other comments have said today. We were first informed that this project is necessary for us to meet the state mandating housing requirements. This is also the reason Mr. Jordan and his council has given why our city council should approve the project and has delivered that message, in my opinion, in a very threatening way. They have tried to scare us with the ideas of state lawsuits if we do not meet the requirements through this project. My huge concern with this is that this project is not assisting us with that requirement much. And 7 very low-income units is not going to keep us from state litigation, and in return, we will permanently change the wonderful town we love. I am also highly concerned with the fact that we are basing our traffic threshold on a notion that these units will be occupied by residents of 55 or older, and therefore will not have more than 1 vehicle or will be traveling greatly during peak hours, and therefore does not pose a traffic problem. I want to know if the staff has reconsidered their analysis on this since Mr. Jordan has changed the project to not have the 55 plus requirement on units over the 7 very low income. How now will this impact our traffic? And although not listed under CEQA, parking impact into surrounding neighborhoods or downtown? is something to highly consider. I find it very hard to believe that a family living in a 2-bedroom unit would have only on average 1 vehicle. We have also heard from many residents who would greatly welcome this project because when they look to retire in Clayton and sell their single-family homes and have an option to rent a smaller apartment, they would have somewhere to live. My concern from the beginning was what happens when Mr. Jordan decides to sell the project and the new owner turns the rental apartments into condo conversion. Then what? These residents we are supposedly providing housing for now are out of luck. It has come to my attention that since the last City Council meeting, Mr. Jordan has in fact changed his project to a no age limitation condo conversion project. So that poses a huge problem in my eyes. Lastly, as a neighbor who lives close by and will absolutely be impacted by the overflow parking issues that will occur from this project, even if spots have been added, I feel as though city staff has responded in a manner to only justify why this project is okay per CEQA and does not find it important to care about the citizens of Clayton and how we will be impacted. I thank you for listening to my concerns and fears.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sonia Traus.
Hi, I'm here from YIMBY Law and also just as a resident of California and person that is affected by the overall housing shortage. An earlier speaker said that she didn't think that the state of California would sue this city for turning down this project, and she's probably right, but I can assure you that YIMBY Law will. I organized this nonprofit a few years ago because cities all over California, Clayton is definitely not the only one, lots and lots of people don't want apartment buildings built near them. And so when proposals come forward, piece by piece, communities will say, not here, not here, not here. But when you do that, 5 units, 50 units, 150 units at a time, decade after decade, what we wind up with is a crushing housing shortage. And that is why the state has become so active. I really want the community members here, who I think are generally law-abiding people, to think about why the thing they are asking the city council to do is illegal. It is literally illegal. The same way that breaking into someone's car is illegal, the same way that, touching someone's butt in a crowded train is illegal, turning this down is illegal. And that should be a signal that it is also antisocial. I also want to commend this community because, the election is going on, and so I think everybody's thinking about some of the really big problems in our nation. There are people who are going bankrupt because they don't have health care. Of course, there are wars overseas. There's still refugees coming out of Syria. And I have a very great sense of gratitude that the worst thing happening here for the people here is that an apartment building might be built near them. That is a very special thing. Everybody here is extremely lucky, and I hope that this luck continues for this community. Thanks.
Thank you, Sonia. The next speaker is Adam Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Adam Harris. I'm a lifelong Contra Costa County resident. I'm a friend of the applicants, and I've attended 2 of the last 3 meetings. After the last meeting, I went back online. I watched the video. I listened closely to the appellates. I took notes, and I wrote some responses. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is ask how many of the appellants have ever actually considered or ascertained whether or not the house they currently reside in was free of controversy and it was just smooth sailing. I've been involved in construction and development for a while, and more often than not, there's controversy over these things. I've never been involved in a subdivision where there wasn't controversy and opposition to it. So it's a common thing, and it relates to people. Well, UCLA has studied this stuff, and what they find is that people want to maintain their exclusivity. Opposition to land development found most common reasons include wanting to maintain exclusivity, concerns of parking, additional traffic. The studies also show that attitudes are a major contributor to California housing crisis. Opposition to new housing at higher densities is a pervasive problem and an obstacle to both urban sustainability and housing affordability. The main group to benefit from higher housing prices is existing property owners, both landlords and homeowners. And this is, in a sense, preventing newcomers from moving to urban areas with strong economies allows existing landowners to capture and hoard the productivity gains that were produced collectively. So, I would ask, some of these appellates here, if Clayton was a population of 100 people, and those 100 people didn't want any more to come in, do you think you'd have a library like this? What kind of services do you think you'd have in this town? Do you think you'd have good schools? So, it just... So no city is built in one complete aggregate. Incremental development happens everywhere. That's why we have planning commissions. Utility providers take this into account when they design their systems. There's huge collective benefits gained from community. Okay, so some of the opposition I heard at these hearings, and when I went back and looked, a lot of them seemed to be about safety. I mean, most of what I heard was about safety and traffic. So the good news is that according to, let's see what I got here. That can't be me already, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Thank you, Adam. The next speaker is Mike James.
Yes, Council, my name is Michael James. Moved into the area in the 1960s, lived in Clayton for over 50 years, just a couple blocks up the street. Been here, raised my 5 kids, 4 grandkids here, moved out of the area 4 years ago. So I'm not here tonight to ask you to pass or not pass this project as a homeowner, but I'm here to talk to you guys after watching all of you for the past,
Please speak to the council.
For the past couple of years, and then over the last months, and to look at the meetings and watch them. I'm here to talk a little bit about community and what community is, because Bill and Katie, who have brought this project, are community members. They live here. They're part of the community. And what's been done on social media to my daughter and her husband, it's appalling to me to say that I lived in Clayton and I'm listening to people talk to people like that. That's not the place I used to live in. Community is about people who live together. They're an association. There's collectiveness. There's collaboration in all the things they do. There's cooperation. It's all for all. There's commonness in character and enterprise. It's bipartisan. It's not biased, and it's inclusive. And Bill's been coming to these meetings for years now, trying to bring a project forward, and he brought a beautiful project the first time around, and it got shot down, and he had to spend a bunch of money to change it. It got shot down again, and he spent more money, and then he did it again and again and again until he got to this place that you're in now. Again, I'm not asking you to pass it or not pass it, but I think that the people of Clayton need to learn to act a little different, and I'm asking you guys not to hate each other.
Please
call
speak
each
to
other
us
names.
so we can all hear you.
It's just one of those things where I live in a place now that's the #1 city in the United States to live in Carmel, Indiana. They're inclusive. You should see their city because they grow, they work together. Their library, like yours, everything they have is beautiful because they know how to grow and they know how to do it together. And I'm sorry for the few of you in the room that I know that this project affects, but this project is going to be good for a lot of people here in Clayton. You need this type of housing. And Bill and Katie aren't going to give up. They're going to bring this project forward till it's done, and you guys need it, and it'll better Clayton. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. The next speaker is Ed Moresi.
Hello. Truly, my comments are no disrespect at all to Billy and Katie, and of course, Olivia. This project seems, sure, the first project was quite lovely from what I've heard, that it's just was a beautiful project. Nice and neat, somewhat small, but big enough. And then it grew in size, and it really grew in height. And my concern is the height, that we, every day, we all have to look at that giant Lego over by the Endeavor Hall, that it's just not pleasing to look at. And I know this project's going to be pleasing. If it was a little shorter, it'd be nice. The McEwens and the Ibsens don't need to look in the backyards or the back patios of some people right outside their backyards. And Stranahan doesn't need to be looking up into such, I think, a big project. Secondly, parking to me is a big issue. I'm in communion with the Stranahan people that it's going to be a really, pardon my, some type of a show. People have more than one car. They have more than two cars. Those other cars are going to go into Stranahan. I am a tenant in the Village Oak Shopping Center, and there's going to be overflow cars in there from family and friends and second, third, fourth cars. And I just truly think that it's going to be, it's going to really compromise a lot of the loveliness that we have downtown. So that's all I got. No beep, bupper, beeper, nothing.
Thank you, Ed. The next speaker is Dee Vieira.
Hello, Council. My name is Dee Vieira. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. Just two things. First, it's no secret I support this project. I embrace the project and the people that will live there. And second, I was just hoping staff could just reiterate one more time to kind of avoid the rumor on next door that this project has changed from a 55 plus community to any age community. I just would like you to repeat it again so that everybody is clear that this project has not changed in any way. It's still a 55 plus community from my understanding. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Dee. The next speaker and my last speaker card. So if you want to speak, you need to get one in right now. My last speaker is Pete Lawrence.
Good evening, council and staff, fellow Claytonites. I'm Pete Lawrence, and I've been living here since 1954. When we moved here, I was 9 years old, first fourth grade class at the school, and we had 450 people living in Clayton, period. And when we incorporated in '64, when I was in Vietnam, or Korea and then Vietnam, my mom was on the first planning commission, and I've just had a lot of, I bleed Clayton. I love it so much, and what we've been able to make it to be done. Most of you know I was on the council 16 years and mayor 3 times. And I would not want to see anything happen that would hurt Clayton. And I came down here tonight to listen to both sides and see what all the hula was about. And to me, everybody's sincere, but nonetheless, we've heard so many things over the years. When Oakhurst was going to build, heck, when Stranahan was going to come, they were tiny houses, tiny lots, and everyone hated them too. And now they're looking down their nose at the next people that are coming in a little closer to our town center. But everybody's entitled to their opinion, but from what I see, and the applicant, who I know everybody involved probably in this thing on both sides, but Bill is an honorable person. The person who tried to slander him from this microphone, to me, is full of BS. But at any rate, the article that came out in 2011, there's been a whole bunch more. I'm just going to bring you one paragraph from it. The hidden, and this is back when we had it built up to now 11,000 population plus. But the Times article of March 27, 2011, and I gave a copy to be part of the record, and anybody can look it up if you want to, or you can call me or something, and I'll get you a copy. But just one little paragraph out of superlative after superlative about Clayton in 2011. One of the quotes is, "The hidden treasure has caught the attention of national media, with Money magazine ranking it number 87 out of 100 top cities in the country to live in 2009. And Walking magazine listed it as one of the top 5 for its size and trails." So we're on the right track. I don't see this project hurting us. It's going to help jumpstart downtown too, I think, that when we designed it and made it be higher density, we knew that we wanted more walking people to go in and spend their money in downtown. We don't want the city council to keep raising our taxes on our houses, so we have a commercial base. Fortunately, we got Clayton Station, but we also have Town Center.
Hey, Pete, I'm sorry, you got to wrap up. You probably didn't hear the buzzer.
Anyway, I just basically from everything I've seen, even though it's controversial because everything's okay, I'm in favor of it being passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Christine, I can't read your last name. Muller? Muller.
Okay, so I wanted to put the last card in because I think I represent probably 90% of the people here that we are against this housing. It's too big for that area. I feel like we want to keep Clayton sincere and small. I understand we need something there. I understand that. But the quality of life is really going to affect us, I believe, with this project. I think that the city needs to re-examine the traffic part of it, to think that between 5 and 6, we're going to have 22 more cars on Marsh Creek with 200 people possibly in that development. That's baloney. That's definitely not going to happen. It's going to be way higher than that. When I take my daughter to high school, I maybe have 4 to 6 people at the stoplight by Ed's. Fabulous. But am I going to have 22 more cars? I mean, we really need to look at this for our quality of life. I don't know. I just usually don't get up and speak, but my heart, I've been to all the meetings, and I just really feel that our friend over here is doing us a disservice. I feel like he feels he got ramrodded about the other developments, and now he's sticking it to us and putting some 3-story ugly thing there. And I just think that you guys, you're our leaders, and we need you guys to really think about this and protect us, protect the citizens, and make it, we need our town to stay sweet, innocent, quaint. With a few more people, that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, I have no more speaker cards. Therefore, I am going to close the public hearing. No more speakers. Now it comes back to the council to ask questions of staff and to potentially deliberate. So let's start with just the questions. And I know there are several. Jeff, you said you had a bunch of them you were holding until this point in the meeting. Do you want us to kick off?
Sure. I did have a question for, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, the other attorney that was present, Mr. Toke. I'm not asking you to come to the mic, but my question was, you had mentioned that there were other courts that held that parking was in fact a CEQA impact. I think that contradicts some of the information we got, so I'd be curious to find out what those were. If our
We
staff
can't
attorneys
bring them
know.
back up. We
No,
already
if our
closed
staff
it.
attorneys are aware of what those are.
Yes, our staff attorneys can address that.
That would be great.
Sure, I'm happy to tell you what those cases were. They were cases that concerned transit priority projects. This is
Within a
not-
transit corridor?
Right. This is not a transit priority project. It isn't subject to any of the standards of the Public Resources Code that concern transit priority projects. It is not related to this project, is not related to the exemption being used by this project, and it isn't related to the case law. There are two cases, San Franciscans upholding the downtown plan and a second one, advocates for, I didn't bring the case with me. Those are the only two published appellate cases that concern parking outside of the limited parameters of a statutorily transit priority project, which this is not.
So I guess that wasn't exactly what I was asking. When Mr. Toke, he mentioned that the transit corridor was relevant to the case that he identified, but in the language that he read, it said something, I don't know if I'm going to recall it exactly, but it said something to the effect of, while other courts may disagree. Is that
It
an
doesn't
accurate
relate
memory?
to this project at all. No, it's not accurate. Because it's not accurate in the sense that what they disagree about isn't about parking as an environmental impact. What they disagree about is how to interpret that Public Resources Code provision concerning transit priority projects. So yes, they disagree, but not about that, because they weren't talking about that. They were talking about the Public Resources Code provision concerning environmental review of transit priority projects, which does contain specific provisions concerning parking, and those have been a subject of judicial dispute. But that is not applied to this project. This is not a transit priority project, and it isn't subject to those statutes.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Let's see. So then that was. I'm going to try and organize this in a way.
Okay.
So, Mr. Toke did offer a letter that I think we all received, and staff had commented on it. So, let's see. Actually, I'm going to skip that. So I did ask a number of questions in the previous meeting, and so I want to go through the staff responses to those, as well as ask a few follow-ups. On question 2, that's included in the agenda packet regarding parking in bike lanes. The response to this question refers that the bike lanes on Marsh Creek are Class 2 bike lanes, and it refers to California Vehicle Code 21211 lowercase b. So that code section refers to the definition of different classes of bike lanes, and it says in that code it describes Class 2 bike lanes as also referred to as Class 2 bikeways, but for use of bicycles with travel by motor vehicles, but with vehicle parking and cross flows by pedestrians and motorists permitted. So the staff report says that this Class 2 bike lane doesn't allow parking, but the definition of a Class 2 bike lane says that it does allow parking. And I see tons of cars parking there. So I just wanted to clarify what the actual thing is.
Where are you reading in the statute that parking is allowed?
We're trying to follow which part of the letter you're referring to, because we're...
So I moved on to staff response to questions, number 2,
Page 3
which is...
Check and clarify that parking would not occur on Marsh Creek.
Page 3 of the question response, internal document, page 22.
Page 22.
Well, it's of the agenda packet,
Oh.
but page 3 of the question. So they...
So it's not really the letter from...
No, I passed the letter.
Okay.
I'm back, sorry.
You confused us. We
Yeah,
were trying to find it in the letter.
I know. So, and the reason why I'm going down this pathway is because parking is obviously an issue of contention in this project, and parking on Marsh Creek is pretty frequent. And here in the staff report, we're saying that it's not allowed, even though there's no signage. But I think it is, so that's why I'm...
Could we ask maybe the chief to answer that question? I know I actually had a discussion with
Sure.
this about our retired officer. over the weekend when we were chatting about things, but maybe the chief could answer this question.
I take all comers.
They know the vehicle code better than we do by far.
Certainly.
Well, I can't quote the vehicle code, but there is actual signage going up right now as we speak for no parking. The road is not wide enough, and that bike lane does preclude parking, but there just haven't been signs there. So they're in the process right now. The poles, I think, went in today, at least some of them.
All right.
So
In flight. Got it.
So there's no parking in the bike lane?
After the signs get up.
Yep, as soon as the signs get up. I think technically it's illegal right now, but it's not signed.
All right. Number 3, talking about the Kimley Horn. So
Are you in the staff report still?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to stick to the staff report for a little while.
Okay, thank you.
So the Kimley Horn, the response to this question was about responding to weaknesses in the Kimley Horn parking analysis. So I wasn't really sure how this response here was germane to the question on the inadequacy of parking. It seemed like our city consultant, and this is prior to the change from 86 parking stalls to 106. But the question I think still remains is that as of the last meeting when staff recommended that 86 was sufficient, I'm not sure what basis the city, what staff was basing that on. Was it because if our consultant recommended 90 and we said 86 and we're recommending that that was, were we saying that that was just close enough?
Yes, I mean, and keep in mind, as you noted in your comments, summarized in the staff report, that the analysis that was done and that was the basis of the peer review was a project that had significantly fewer parking stalls to begin with. So it was I think there were 62 stalls to begin with. The city's consultant conducted a peer review of the parking analysis that the applicant's consultant generated that said 62 was enough. And the city's peer reviewer came back and said 90 would be better based on regulations of other jurisdictions and parking standards that are applied in other jurisdictions for senior housing.
Well, the peer review didn't say 62 was enough, or didn't say that 90 would be better. It says 62 was insufficient, right?
Correct.
Okay.
62 is insufficient, and a better number, they recommended a ratio that was closer to 1 to 1.1, which gets you closer to 90. As a result of that discussion and that peer review, staff asked the applicant to revise the application to include more parking stalls, and that's when the parking increased from 62 to 86.
Got it. So, I mean, I guess I'm just saying that if the applicant's consultant asserted a figure, our consultant asserted a figure, I think it would be a fallacy to assume that the correct answer is somewhere in the middle. I think that just provides 2 data points, and it would behoove us to do additional analysis to see where the level of precision in those data points falls. Just because there exists 2 doesn't mean the correct answer is in the middle. And I think that's when we say that 86 is close enough, I think that's what we're doing. So that's not really a question. That's more like a statement. But okay. So on number 4, on bundled parking, so I think the answer to this, we asked if the parking would be bundled, and the response was yes, that the specific parking stalls would be bundled or, in effect, tied to a unit. Am I reading that accurately? Okay. I think this line of questioning was regarding the ability of the residents to utilize unused parking. Like some residents may have greater and some may have fewer. And if you don't bundle them, then you allow a maximization of utilization versus some may go unused because they're assigned to a given, a particular unit. So do you think that bundling parking in this way increases or decreases the potential for overflow parking to spill out onto the streets and neighborhoods?
In other words, if there is a unit that has a tenant that doesn't have a car, but they have an assigned space, would that cause a problem? I mean, the council could consider revising that condition of approval. The condition of approval With the revision of the project to allow to provide 106 stalls versus even the 86 that you saw in your last iteration of this project, at this point now there is at least one parking space per unit per lot. So, in other words, the number of parking spaces per lot exceeds the number of units per lot, which that wasn't always the case, right?
So I guess I'm saying, was bundling our requirement, or was it just an artifact of the proposal, or is this something that we can?
We brought it up.
We brought it up?
Remember, I brought it up in closed session a month ago.
Yeah, we
and then
questioned
it. It came up last time, too.
I asked the question
Yeah.
here, so.
Okay. Okay, I have to think about that a little bit. Question 5 was about Stranahan, and it was, has the residents of Stranahan asked for a parking permit program? Do they want it, or would the city be forcing this on them? The response about the residents of Stranahan responded with, to address, the response describes the way that the city engaged with the applicant. It doesn't speak about the actual residents of Stranahan at all. And I find that kind of odd because the question was about the residents of Stranahan, and it seems like their needs or desires wasn't addressed in any way. Am I correct? Am I interpreting that correct? Like, was any action taken with regard to the actual residents of Stranahan? Because in the response it says that we talked to the applicant, and now that there's an additional 20, we're all cool and we're not doing anything. So I just don't see a Stranahan-related response.
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't know if there were communications between the community development director and residents of Stranahan. I do know that through the record, there were many residents of Stranahan that did come to speak at the hearing, and I believe that the subsequent conversations that occurred between staff and the developer were based on an attempt to try to be responsive to those concerns about parking that those residents raised. This was one suggestion, was to implement a parking program because people expressed concern that residents from this development would park on their street.
Okay. Okay. On number 6 about parking and traffic, this is asking or requesting to provide further evaluation of parking, traffic, and safety, and it refers to the response in question number 3. So it goes, I mean, there's a lot of discussion here about level of service and whatnot, but it indicates that these traffic concerns, the concerns that residents raised, were a pre-existing condition, essentially, that the traffic already exists because of the nature of the location. But I think this misunderstands the question, because the question is really about the delta if the project is approved regarding parking and traffic and safety, just by way of there being greater number of residents. So it wasn't about the fact that there's already traffic there, because the response to this question is really saying, well, the concerns are already extant in the neighborhood, but that wasn't really the question. The question was about the delta and the impact of that delta. So I don't know if you have a different response, but that's how I interpreted what was written.
So if the information that was provided in this staff report, I'm hearing you say was not responsive to the question, but if I understand what the question was, if I understand better now what the question is, that's a question of what is the change in impact between what exists now and what would exist if this project got built. And the analysis of that there's a better analysis of that in your February 4th staff report, where there's an explanation of what the existing level of service is at intersections within the vicinity of the project, and that they currently are at acceptable levels of, I believe it's LOS B. And again, keep in mind that your desired worst case level of service is LOS D, so it's still a couple levels above the desired level. This project, if it was to proceed, because it would generate a low volume of peak hour traffic, it would not be a high enough number to significantly deteriorate the level of service from B down to D.
And that's if we take, if we accept the 22 peak hour trips that were stated previously?
Right, and those 22 peak hour trips are based on the 81 units.
I see, okay. Okay, so on the question 9 on cumulative impact, so the response states that listing other projects in the area that might cause significant cumulative impacts is not evidence that the proposed project will have adverse impacts or that the impacts are cumulatively considerable. And that it refers to Hines, this case in Hines. And I think that this is slightly different than the analysis that takes place in Hines. In Hines, the appellants asserted that the construction of a single-family home on a vacant lot would be combined with the existence of other vacant lots would encourage other homes to be constructed. But I think this is colorable from the current fact pattern in that we know that the applicant has an interest in other adjacent properties because they've stipulated this. We know that an adjacent property was sold for what I find to be a nice amount of money at $1.5 million for a 0.6 acre lot. It's not, I don't think as Mr. Isson refers to, that it's for the house because it's for the segregated lot that has no house on it, that is just land. So it's undeveloped 0.6 acre. I mean, Mr. Hoyer is here, so he can clarify if I'm wrong. But $1.5 million for 0.6 acres on a hill in the center of Clayton is a very good price. So when we're talking about cumulative impact, knowing those things, does that change your calculus? Because cumulative impact analysis requires us to consider potential future projects. And I see that you're going to address that, so that's great. Having stated an interest in an adjacent property and then having that property sold that has the exact same zoning does not seem speculative to me.
So, Council Member, two pieces of information, both I think addressing your question. As I said to Councilmember Catalano, it is true that the cumulative impact standard is frankly narrower, tougher when it comes to CEQA guideline 15300.2, the cumulative impact exception to the use of categorical exemptions. It's true, it's narrower. So you could look at the case law on cumulative impacts in general, specifically San Franciscans upholding the downtown plan versus City and County of San Francisco from 2002. And that's the case that said you need a bright line and aspiration, purchases of land. None of these are the bright line that court chose. They chose the application. Now, it was in the context of an EIR. So, I want to be very clear and disclose that to you.
But are you talking about cumulative impact or are you talking about
reasonable, foreseeable?
Piecemealing.
Both. They're the same.
Same standard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me be clear. Whether or not you should analyze a project as part of a cumulative impact in an EIR is what the word reasonably foreseeable is.
And does it define reasonably foreseeable?
I'm sorry?
Does it define reasonably foreseeable?
What does it mean?
The case law, the case you're referring to?
The case, as the San Franciscans upholding the downtown plan, yes, discusses extensively what constitutes reasonable foreseeability in the context of an EIR, such that a project should be added to the cumulative impacts analysis in that EIR. Piecemealing is a variation, if you will. Piecemealing is two projects that are going on right now, and they're really one project. That is different than cumulative impacts. In that sense, it is different. But you're asking, using the term speculative, which you can see why people would also look at reasonable foreseeability and speculation. So I wanted to address that point as well. If we stepped outside of case law entirely and just assumed, what the heck, you're right, someone purchasing land makes something reasonably foreseeable. I don't believe the case law supports that conclusion, but even if we went there, it still, I don't believe, would constitute under Bankers Hill substantial evidence of a cumulative impact. Typically, a cumulative impact that would preclude a categorical exemption from being used would be dozens of similar same type, same place projects. At most, it sounds like we're talking about one or two. So a significant cumulative impact under 15300.2 would it would be very hard to contemplate it being one other project. Suddenly you have a cumulative impact. The common arguments you'll see are like the ones in your staff report where someone argued that multiple telecom boxes, hundreds of them, might be a cumulative impact, and then the court said no because you can't see them from each other. But they looked at hundreds to make their cumulative impacts argument, not one.
Where are you getting the dozens standard from?
The dozens?
You said it would have to be something like dozens.
Oh, I meant multiples.
Where are you getting that from?
Well, cumulative impacts?
Cumulative is greater than one, right?
Well, that's an interesting question that we won't get into today. 'Cause there's the one molecule approach to cumulative impacts that is not followed. We could talk about that for quite a while, but no, I wouldn't say. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. I have a project.
Come back closer to the mic.
I have a project, and one car will be produced by that project, and one car will be produced by my neighbor's project. And when those two cars go down the road, they will suddenly tilt this road from LOS C to D. Are these projects now responsible for widening the road for each of them having one car? Or let's say they produce noise and suddenly now we're over the noise limits set by the city, even though they produce maybe 1 decibel of noise. That is not generally how CEQA analysis works. Usually you have, if you will, the term is cumulatively considerable, and a contribution of 1 decibel isn't really enough. It has to be 3. A contribution of a single car really isn't enough to have a cumulatively considerable contribution.
Okay, I think you're making a reasonableness argument rather than one based on case law.
I am making one based on practice, that is true, but I'm also saying that I don't believe you will find case law that supports a holding that a single additional project will have a cumulative impact precluding the use of an exemption under 15300.2.
What about 2?
I'm saying I'm not aware, and I put them all in this staff report, I'm not aware of any case ever finding that an exemption couldn't be used because of the cumulative impact provision of 15300.2. I don't think there is a published case finding it.
Okay, so you're not saying that a single property or 2 properties, I think what you're saying is that there's no cases that allowed cumulative impact to be used as an exception to the exemption? Is that what you're saying?
It's not about allowing, it's about finding.
Finding.
Right, and remember, I've already gone outside of case law. We're already, case law has left the building because there's no case law that finds purchasing land to make development reasonably foreseeable.
Okay. So then I think we already talked about piecemealing, so I don't really have any questions about that. But on number 12, on urban uses.
Yes.
So just to clarify, is urban mutually exclusive from rural? I don't, you can answer.
That's semantics. I don't know. That's not a legal question that I could answer.
Can something be simultaneously urban and rural?
Again, that's not a legal question.
Well, urban's in the definition
yes,
of
that
a requirement for CEQA Class 32, right?
Yes,
okay,
and that I can address.
Okay.
So we know from Bankers Hill, the case that's cited in your packet, that there is no authority interpreting the phrase, quote, substantially surrounded by urban uses. It's an unfortunate fact, but sometimes the legislature puts words in they've never used before, they don't define. Okay, so it's not defined. So what the Bankers Hill court did, as is outlined in your staff report, is try to find something it could compare, find the word urban somewhere, and they found it in what is no longer the law, community redevelopment law, and they found it in a case called Friends of Mammoth versus Town of Mammoth Lakes. And there, we're looking for something they could borrow, because there is no definition of urban in the infill exemption. And what they borrowed is the concept that the term urban, and this I'm quoting from Mammoth here, refers more to the location and varying characteristics of a use than to the type of use. So what they were saying was you can have a house and it can be urban, you can have a house and it can be rural. It doesn't refer to the type of use, it refers to the location and varying characteristics of a use.
So based on that language and based on the discussion in both Bankers Hill and Friends of Mammoth, it seems, I would say that it's fair to say that urban is mutually exclusive from rural, because they're trying to distinguish the two characteristics. That's my own interpretation.
Sure.
You don't have to agree with that. But what is applicable is that one of the Class 32 infill exemption requirements, because those are and requirements, all A through E must be met.
Yes.
One of them is it needs to be surrounded by urban uses. So
Substantially surrounded, yes.
Yeah. So I think it behooves us to, in our diligence, to understand what these definitions are so that we can determine if the applicable requirements are met. So that's just a process statement. And so when I look at the surrounding properties or what surrounds these properties.
Yes, have a Google map.
Like
I'm ready.
Mr. Ibsen's property, which is zoned literally rural estate, and it is designated that he can have horses if he wants. I don't consider horse keeping, there's a better word than that, horse husbandry. I don't consider a property that has horses on it that is literally called rural to be urban. And I think, and so you don't have to agree or not.
No,
That's
I was going to switch you over to the planning staff. All I can give you is what the law says, the regulation says, substantially, and all I can give you is that substantially won't be 100% by definition, but I will defer you entirely to the planning staff to discuss what surrounds it.
Sure. So here's my actual question. Given the description of urban uses in Mammoth and the response in the staff report, the response to this question number 12, it doesn't address this really. It just kind of talks about here's some definitions of urban, which is fine. So my question, I reiterate the question, does staff believe that the properties zoned rural estate qualify as urban uses?
Well, again, staff has recommended consistently since November that the project qualifies for a Class 32 infill exemption, meaning that...
So that's affirmative?
That's the consistent staff recommendation. When we look at developer or properties that are surrounding this project, I mean, clearly this is a council decision, but when we look at what is surrounding the property, there is a lot nearby that could have horses on it. You also have properties that are within the downtown core, which is in most jurisdictions a very dense and busy environment. And then you have residences that are single-family homes on small lots on the opposite side of the street. So contextually, it's not exclusively a rural setting, which I think is what you're getting at when you're asking if rural and urban are exclusive.
Let me clarify. I'm not asking if the whole zone could be one or the other. I'm asking if a particular parcel can be both simultaneously urban or rural. Or urban and rural, sorry. On a single parcel basis.
For a small lot that's surrounded by, for
like
a medium
Mr. Ibsen's property is on rural. Is it fair to say that that is also urban?
Given its context, located within a city, an incorporated municipal boundary, I think it could be within an urban context, yes.
Okay. That is completely different than how I understand the terms, but I will accept your answer. So then my question isn't, does staff still maintain their recommendation that this meets a Class 32 infill? My question is particular to this one requirement, and that does staff believe that these properties zoned rural are actually qualifying as urban uses? And it's not just the Mr. Ibsen's property either. It's every single property on Clayton View Lane is zoned rural. And yes, it is in downtown, like you said, or part of it is adjacent. But our downtown has a hitching post. Like, you know, it takes the character of the thing. So that's my question. Like, not whether or not we will maintain the recommendation of doing the Class 32, but whether or not we think that those properties on Clayton View Lane qualify as urban uses.
I'm not sure if you are making a
No,
point
that's my
or
question.
asking a question.
No, that's my question. Do you think that those qualify as urban uses? I'm not asking if you, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be combative, but I'm not asking if staff is continuing to maintain their consistent recommendation, because you said that you are, so I accept that. I'm asking if those particular parcels are considered by staff to be urban uses.
Okay, I would say to that, not knowing the sizes of the parcels specifically, I don't know.
Okay.
I would say, though, and I know this doesn't respond to your question necessarily, but the Class 32 exemption doesn't exclusively say solely urban.
No,
it
it's
is
just
substantially surrounded by
yeah.
urban.
Got it. Okay. I think I've said what I need to say on that. On question 14, on the fair argument standard, this indicates that, let's see, because it's Class 32 infill, fair argument doesn't apply because lots of reasons. But if Class 32 did not apply, would the fair argument standard then be applicable? If somehow we said that Class 32 did not apply, then would raising a fair argument be able to constitute substantial, I'm using the words wrong.
Sure.
Substantial evidence?
Forgive me, I'll back up a second just to give you a quick. So we know this is a quote-unquote project under CEQA because it requires a discretionary approval from the council. So we know it's subject to CEQA. Once something is subject to CEQA, it can be treated one of five ways. Statutorily exempt, the Napa Valley Wine Train, not this project. No impacts at all, so-called common sense exemption, not this project. An EIR, substantial evidence, is the standard. And then we have categorical exemptions and negative declarations / mitigated negative declarations. And depending on the exemption, it may or may not be subject to fair argument. Bankers Hill made very clear that because the wording of the infill exemption doesn't say may have a significant impact on the environment, but says, will have a significant impact, that they were not going to apply the fair argument standard.
For infill.
For that particular exception. Now, some other categorical exemptions are reviewed under the fair argument standard, and some, and all mitigated negative declarations and negative declarations are. There is one, though, further piece to that, though. To make a fair argument of a potentially significant environmental impact, it still has to be some substantial evidence of a potentially significant environmental impact. So what the courts have said about that is if it's an expert category like traffic, you would need a certified traffic engineer. If it's a more personal judgment like aesthetics, maybe you don't. Noise engineer. So to make a fair argument isn't just to make an argument, it has to be supported by substantial evidence. But again, here in this case for an infill exemption, even if substantial evidence was produced about from some member of the public who felt there was a significant impact to the environment, the city, under the substantial evidence test, would have the right to weigh these two testimonies and evidence from their staff and from a member of the public and choose to proceed via the staff's recommendation if that was their choice. That's sort of the point of the substantial evidence standard.
Okay. So I have one more question. I know I have a lot of questions, but I'll pause and if
You're probably covering some of our questions.
Definitely.
So Carry
Okay.
on.
So for question number 20 on condo conversion, so this one is the one that asks, sorry, I'm scrolling here. Is there any restriction on a condo conversion? This talks about density bonus, if they do a condo conversion anytime thereafter, then you could not use density bonus again. So that's fine, that makes sense. It was clear that that's what the response was. But do any other state laws come into play that would obviate that provision of the CMC? In other words, we have the provision in our code that says you can't use the density bonus twice, but is there anything that is also in play that would supersede that? Because there doesn't seem to be any restriction on a condo conversion. It seems like that's basically dealer's choice, right?
A property owner who owned rental property could file a tentative map application with the city for a condominium conversion. It's a discretionary decision of the planning commission or the city.
Okay.
And so it would go through a public hearing process.
So they couldn't do it just unilaterally. They would have to get permission from the city.
Correct, unless there was already a tentative map. So what I've seen in some instances with other projects outside of this jurisdiction, a developer came in on a project that I was aware of in another place I worked, where the developer built the project in 1989, and at the time submitted a tentative map application along with the architectural plan review, but never went through, that tentative map got approved, the project got built, but the property owner never went through the second step of going through the State Department of Real Estate to actually create the airspace within the units. And he didn't do that for another 20 years after that tentative map was approved. So yes, a tentative map could happen with an initial development application for multifamily development. It could happen later after the development's already been built and has been rented out for some years. But either way, that tentative map would have to go through some discretionary process through the local jurisdiction.
And we would have some
And that hasn't
deeds and
happened.
restrictions.
And it could be conditioned. Tentative
Conditioned.
maps are subject to conditions.
But that is not part of this application.
That is correct. It is not.
So in question 21, when we're talking about the various age and income restrictions on the 7 low-income units, very low-income units, the response indicates that this is at the city's discretion, that we don't have to continue that restriction upon condo conversion. Is that accurate?
Well, if that's how it came across, I would say no.
Let me read it again.
I don't think that was our intent.
Okay. This says the city would have the ability and authority to impose a condition on the approval of potential future condominium conversion. So ability and authority strikes me as discretionary.
Sorry, where are you? Thank you.
Is the response to question number 21.
Oh,
So
21,
then it
sorry.
says,
I
it
was
goes on to
looking
say,
at
these conditions could stipulate that the restrictions must remain in effect. So could is conditional. That strikes me as discretionary as well. And then it says responsibility for reporting and submitting verification, age, all that, could be assigned to the owner of the deed restricted, the future owner. That also implies that it's conditional as well. So I hope I'm reading that correctly, but I'm questioning if that's the intent of the response.
That was one that was my question, too.
Excellent.
It looks permissive, and
Okay.
I'm not sure that was where we wanted to go, but.
Okay. I apologize for the confusion, and I'll clarify. If it was a situation similar to the one I described just moments ago, where the subdivision map or the condominium map accompanied the project, then the project could be conditioned along with the tentative map to require these things. If you approve, if this project as a rental project is approved, those deed restrictions for those affordable units get recorded, and they get recorded against the property. So those would remain in place for the 55-year term, irrespective of conditions of approval on the tentative map.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I apologize. There's a distinction there of timing that I believe
Okay.
created that confusion. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it didn't seem to be consistent with how we were going, so I just wanted to clarify. Okay, so question 23 is about age, the age restriction. So I think we already clarified that the age restriction only applies to the 7 units, the 7 very low income units. The other 74 units are not age restricted or restricted in any way. That was your question earlier, so I just want to clarify, that is correct?
That is correct. Councilmember Wong, just let us know if you want clarification.
Sure, no, that's fine. I mean, because it seems like this application is utilizing the density bonus under code section 65915, lowercase b, cap uppercase B, which I know that you know that from the top of your head. But this is the one that reads, the one that says you can qualify under all the different ones, right? 10% or 5%. So this is the 5% of very low income. That's what we're utilizing? Okay. Because, yeah, there's no mention of age at all in this at all. So I guess my question is there actually an age restriction on the low income units as well? Because in this code section, you don't have to have 55 plus on even the low income units, right? Am I reading that correct?
Yes.
So in theory, the applicant could say, I just want very low income at any age, unless they agree to the conditions as we've written. Am I reading that correctly?
Correct. So there is a condition of, can I go ahead? Okay. Yes, there is a recommended condition of approval based on discussions between staff and the applicant that the 7 very low income units would be deed restricted both for age and for income. You are correct that the density bonus law does not require the deed restriction, that the deed restriction include age.
So would it be accurate to say that going along with Mr. I forgot how to pronounce your name, sorry. When we were talking about nexus, there is no nexus for the city to require 55 plus on these deed restricted units. And if the applicant so chose, they could simply say, I am exercising density bonus for any age. Is that accurate?
So if you recall from the presentation, there's 2 elements to the nexus. One is, yes, there has to be a relationship between the burden of the project and the condition that's imposed on the project. That being said, a developer can choose to go above and beyond that and can volunteer a measure. In this instance, based on the communications between staff and the applicant has stated willingness to agree to a condition that the 7 very low income units also be deed restricted for age.
Okay, so that's voluntary.
That's voluntary. Okay. And that's written into the recommended condition of approval.
If the applicant changed their mind, could they do that prior to the approval?
Prior to the approval, if the applicant wanted to make that case, yes, the applicant could. If the project was approved and those deed restrictions were recorded, to reverse that, it would require both a revision to the approval that the city granted and some process to remove that deed restriction that's recorded against the property.
Okay. So what's the enforcement mechanism if the project moves forward as it stands, we do the deed restriction, and then for whatever reason, we no longer, the property owner or whomever says, I'm going to have any age, I'm not going to abide by the age deed restriction. How do we enforce that? Is it through litigation?
Yes, it would be
It would be considered a breach of the agreement.
Okay, so that's like a contract litigation
Correct.
type thing? And who would bring that? Would the city bring
The
that?
city would have to bring that in terms of enforcing that covenant against the project.
But wouldn't you start first with an enforcement case?
You'd first send the letter,
The
informing
whole
them.
process, but
You'd-
ultimately, at the end of the day, for
Correct.
okay, got it.
The ultimate enforcement tool would be litigation.
We've actually done that at least once.
Okay.
Why wouldn't HUD be involved in that?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't HUD be involved in that? No?
No.
It would all be just us doing the enforcement?
Apparently, yes. Okay, so then, so I had asked a question also about Rainey, and like we engaged Rainey, and I understand that in the response it says that we've engaged Rainey for similar work. They're familiar with the city, so that's great. Could we have engaged? I mean, it seems like that's at our discretion. We could have engaged a different consultant if we so chose, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, this was prior to my time, but what I understand was that there was a proposal, a request for proposals that was distributed to multiple consultants.
Okay.
And any consultant could have submitted a proposal. I believe Rainey was the only one that did.
Yeah. Okay. So, assuming that there were other interested parties, could we have engaged multiple simultaneously?
Multiple consultants to do one CEQA evaluation?
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, Rainey came back with one result as a, peer review from the applicant's result, and they differed, I would say, quite substantially. And so if I'm getting two data points that are disparate in outcome, I would want to get additional data points to see where they would fall. But I don't think we did that, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I would say in my experience, in my personal career experience, that's not been common
It's not
practice.
a normal thing?
No, not to have. It is common practice to have information that is submitted by a developer or a permittee or applicant, and is common practice for that information to be peer reviewed by a consultant who is considered impartial, that has no interest in the project.
Okay.
But to have a third data point is not common practice in my practice
Okay.
of planning.
Sounds good. All right, I just have a couple more on the thing, and then I'll take a break for a sec. I had asked for the studies to be included, so that's great. So I read through all of them except for the one that was about air quality, because that one was super long. And so the environmental studies were offered by the applicant to satisfy the letter D of this Class 32 infill exemption, right? So that one says that that's the one about noise, air quality, traffic, biological, and I think one other thing, services or something. So for the biological survey, it was done by Olberding. In that study, they said that there were two recommended actions to conduct additional procedures. One was relating to, I'm not an animal person, so I'm just going to call it a bat.
Mm-hmm.
They looked for this bat, and they did not find evidence of this bat, but they found evidence of bat nests. And then they stated that the time that they looked for this bat was not when you would normally look for a bat, because they're not there no matter what. So look for the bat at a different time. Did we do that?
Where's the biostudy? Which attachment is the biostudy? I'm sorry.
It's like way at the bottom. I don't know. And that also took place with like looking for this plant too. They were looking for some, I'm not a plant person either, but they were looking for some plant, and they said they didn't find any, but they were looking at the wrong time of year anyways, so you should look at the right time of year, both for the bat and the plant. So in the letter, the Olberding place recommended that we do these things at the right time of year. So I guess my question is, did we do these things at the right time of year?
So typically, those kinds of surveys are done prior to construction, as opposed to, I mean, yes, you can do them during the survey season, but usually there is a follow-up condition or something that's embedded in the approval process that says you have to do them again before you actually demolish or take down the trees or whatever. And that's common because when the survey is conducted for purposes of CEQA or entitlement could be a couple of years before the project actually proceeds. And so there's usually some measure, and I'm looking through the conditions of approval, that there be a follow-up survey that's done immediately prior to removal of the tree or removal of the building to confirm that the findings that nothing is there.
Okay, so we did not do that
And I'm
right
sorry.
now, though. It's not part of the record that we've done that.
If I could clarify, just nothing that Dana has said, no, but to be really clear, for class 32, bio is not in sub D. Class 32 is traffic noise, air quality, or water quality. Okay, the only reason...
Oh, endangered species is a different one.
The only reason that Rainey or the applicant's consultant, Oberding, considered bio at all had to do with 15300.2, which is the exception to exemptions. And that does not concern, I know, exception to...
Closer to the mic.
It's terrible. That only concerns whether the site has value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Let me back up. That's infill C. And then there is also, is it mapped for endangered or threatened species in 15300.2. So it's a more limited assessment. It's not bioresources in general. It's habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. So that when you go to the Oberding report, the page you were on, you'll see the bats and plants that it talks about are not endangered, rare, or threatened species. And so when you go to the Rainey peer review, they confirm that the Oberding report found that there were no endangered, rare, or threatened species. And the only recommendations they made for alternate survey times, like Dana was discussing, had nothing to do with endangered, rare, or threatened species. And so that's why the Class 32 exemption remained applicable. Bat nests, which really, that's exactly what they are. Bat nests are things we like to protect, but they're not rare, threatened, or endangered.
Okay. And then the other study was the noise study. So if you're following along, it's page 230 of the agenda packet. I'm going to try and paraphrase, but essentially they took a noise reading from 100 feet away, and the study indicated that, the peer review indicated that they should take the study at the project site nearest the proposed buildings, which would be 70 feet away. And if I remember, I don't know the drop-off in sound decibel over 30 feet, but science people know. They also indicated that because of this, there's a good chance that the noise measurement could be influenced by the shielding that would have taken place at that greater distance. How did we address that?
It's on page 3 of 3 of the peer review. It's number 2 of the recommendations. In the Brennan review.
I only asked because noise is a factor in the infill. Not that I love reading noise studies or anything.
Right. So, as Sarah has pointed out, the Exhibit A to the resolution has a section that summarizes Rainey's comments on the noise analysis, and their conclusion was that the noise that was measured still fell below thresholds of what's determined to be unacceptable noise levels. And that's page 2 of Exhibit A to the first resolution.
Yeah, I think that was their ultimate conclusion. I think they said the dB was going to be like a few dB higher. But I guess that just seems inconsistent with the 50% distance increase over measurement. I mean, inverse square law will control like the drop off in sound amplitude over time. So it seems like that great distance could have a large impact, especially with surrounding buildings. So I'm not a noise scientist or anything. I was just wondering if we had addressed it beyond accepting the Rainey conclusion at face value. So it sounds like that's what we're doing, so that's fine. I don't think there's anything more on that, but that's just a point that I had questions on. And then on that same page, number 7, it seems like the traffic volumes that they talked about, when they really assessed the level of service on traffic volumes, they based all of their estimates on when Creekside Terrace was originally approved. Our folks from the Planning Commission can remind me when Creekside Terrace was originally approved, but I think it was 10 years ago.
Probably more than that.
Or more. So I read number 7 that says, we were able to, J.C. Brennan was able to locate traffic counts and an existing typical weekly traffic volume on Marsh Creek Road at the project site. These were contained in the Creekside Terrace mitigated negative declaration. They were somewhat outdated, whenever, but can be used for an analysis for lack of other data. So essentially we said we're going to use the traffic data that was valid 10 plus years, and then we extrapolated that to get to the peak hour trips, I think I'm using. Am I understanding that correctly, that footnote?
Yes, and there was some discussion of this in the February 4th staff report as well. February 4th staff report regarding traffic volumes. And yes, the Creekside Terrace mitigated negative declaration was 10 years old. However, there has not been much development since then that would contribute more trips or that would add volumes. And
I'll have to disagree with you on that one, but okay.
Okay.
I mean, 10 years ago was 2010. I've been here not as long as some of the folks here, but I've been here since 2010, and the traffic has gone up quite a bit.
On Marsh Creek Road in downtown?
Not in downtown specific, but in Marsh Creek Road coming from, what direction? Coming from the east, traveling to the west. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I can't give you a measurement, but I just raised this as a point to my fellow colleagues here that the information's based on this information on traffic that's greater than 10 years old. And if we're relying on it, that we know, that we do so purposely rather than unknowingly, and that number of peak hour trips is also, when you read it as a comparable, for that age just seems, it raises my concern.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I would say that, yes, typically traffic data usually has a shelf life of a couple of years. So you're not off base there. The reference in the staff report that I mentioned previously was on page 8 of the February 4th staff report, and that's where there's a little bit more explanation of what development has occurred. I'm not saying that you haven't felt like there's more traffic. I don't know that. There's, I certainly, in my old commute, felt like it got longer every day. But in terms of how much measured development would contribute to additional traffic volumes, it was very limited, and it's described on this page 8 of maybe 10 single-family homes.
Yeah, the population in Clayton, as well as the development in Clayton over that time period has been fairly limited. But I think that because we act as a pass-through for a lot of East County traffic, that's not necessarily the whole picture, but I think that's an evaluation that we can make rather than one based on a figure. Because, in addition to that, the TRIP study, it's based on a land use designation of 252, which is senior housing. Not only does it have the same weakness that we identified previously based on only 3 sites in Pennsylvania 10 years ago, not differentiating between rural and not specifying 55 or 62, but in addition to that, that land use designation doesn't seem to apply at all because that's for senior and this is not senior. So it is a matter of concern whether this traffic component is even applicable. And because that's a key component of the CEQA exemption, that also seems to raise doubt about the applicability of the exemption. So that's not even a question. That's a statement.
Okay, I would just like to correct, though, that the data that you're talking about, the 3 surveys from Pennsylvania, that's not trip generation, that's parking.
It's parking. I take all comers.
Just quickly, setting aside the IT issue, you're not wrong. You're correct.
Talk to me more. I like this.
However, as a lead agency, we can't require environmental review of the project that hasn't been proposed. So the applicant proposed a 55-plus project. That's what we analyzed. As a matter of CEQA, if you could evaluate any project you wanted to, you wouldn't really be reflecting the application that was received. In fact, you'd probably be criticized for, underplaying the impact because the application really says this, not that. Well, we have the similar legal obligation to conduct environmental review on what's proposed, not what hasn't been proposed.
That's fair. Okay, I'm going to pause.
Okay. You sure?
I have other questions, but I'm going to pause because I need to drink something.
Can I just do a follow-up to that question? Because in the staff report, this was one of mine, but it's directly related to that last question. I'm scrolling to find the red marks. On question 24, which is on page 18 of the direct staff report, the responses to questions, we talk about there, the last sentence says that even if the property owner does not restrict the occupancy to seniors, there would be no change to the environmental impact conclusions made about the project that would result from such a change in tenancy. I assume that means the traffic study and the parking study and all of that, right?
That's correct, and thank you for reading
And
the
what did we
typo.
use to base that on?
That's based on the trip generation numbers that we've discussed previously.
So there's
And
no difference between folks who are under 20 or 55 versus those who are over 55?
there is a difference. I won't say there is
But
no
not
difference,
significant.
but it's still less than 100 peak hour trips.
Okay.
So seniors would generate about 20 peak hour trips. A family development would generate about 30 peak hour trips, so still well below 100.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead,
So
Tuya.
that was actually my exact questions. I was going to
Oh,
start
sorry.
with the trip generation. But the bottom line on the traffic is that whatever the traffic reports says at the end of it, we're looking to see if the project has a significant impact on the environment. And if it does, then we obviously can't do an exemption. We have to do an EIR or NECDEC. So let's bring it back fully up to, so the project in front of us is a 55 and over senior project. We've also heard that we can't really enforce that. And I don't think that was a change in the project. I think that was a question that this council asked last time as to whether there's an enforcement mechanism, and it turns out that there isn't. So it's plausible that the units could be rented to anybody of any age. So then to me the question is, well, does that change any of the environmental analysis on the findings? And I think the drip generation and the parking are the only two issues where it could have an effect, because for the drip generation specifically, we use the ITE's land use category for senior housing. So I wanted to ask specifically because I want to understand the numbers more clearly. But if you look at the Kimley-Horn's report, for senior housing for the land use category 252, the average rate is 3.44, so that results in daily trips of 290. The PM peak hour trips were 19 based on the senior figures. So I wanted to find out, ITE has tons of different land use categories. One of them is 221. This is a mid-rise residential, which I think this would be without the senior component. So if you look at the 221 land use category, what's the housing rate? I was able to find it as 5.44 instead of 3.44.
That's correct.
Okay. What I couldn't find was the PM peak hour rate. I couldn't figure out how to calculate that. I couldn't find it anywhere.
It's 0.44 per unit.
0.44. So you take that times the 81 units, and that's how you came to the 30.
It's 36. I misspoke.
So the conclusion is that even if this project is rented to anybody of any age, and you look at the drip generation based on non-senior rates, the PM peak hour is 36, and the threshold at which you need to do a traffic study is 100.
That's correct.
So it doesn't change that change, or that our understanding of the fact that you could actually rent these as non-senior units doesn't change the traffic analysis.
That's correct.
Okay. We already talked about parking demand, because that's the other one that could potentially, I guess, impact this. But we also talked about how under CEQA, lack of parking or parking deficit is not a CEQA impact. It's not a significant impact. And you mentioned the 2002 San Franciscans upholding the downtown plan case, and that specifically held that it's a social impact. It's not a CEQA impact within those terms. I wanted to confirm, because I think the additional thing that happened thereafter is, if you look at CEQA Appendix G, which is the checklist that you usually use in initial studies to decide what are the things we're going to look at and what are the things that could potentially have a significant impact on the environment that could trigger the requirement for an EIR. After that 2002 case, the Appendix G was revised, and they removed a line that talks about parking impacts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's case law. There was a revision of the CEQA appendix. There's other things that have supported the fact that lack of parking is not a CEQA impact.
Yes.
CEQA environmental impact. Then I want to talk a little bit about the letter that Mr. Talk submitted, and I appreciate him talking with me earlier today. Frankly, I feel a little bad for some. I know the neighbors fundraise money to get this letter, but I think there are some clear misunderstandings of how the law works, and I want to just clarify those, because it is what it is. In terms of the math as to how you count the requirement for number of units and how many are supposed to be affordable, I think the letter is just plain wrong in its understanding. There was a reference to the 2013 Latinos Unidos case, and that clearly provides that if a city or county has an ordinance that does not count the city's own inclusionary units that are required into the state density bonus requirement, that ordinance is void. There's also, wanted to add to it, there's also an California Attorney General opinion from April 2019. It had to do with whether cities can impose a fee on the additional density bonus units and the Attorney General said, no, you can't do that. But it also referenced the 2013 case and pointed out even in that you look at, you do give credit essentially to the inclusionary requirement. In terms of there was a mention here and in public comment about the fact that could the intent of the state density bonus law really be that you could only, for example, in this case, only add one additional inclusionary unit or one additional BMI unit and therefore qualify for all these waivers and concessions and the density bonus. And I think that is the reality of how it works. It creates an awkward, I think that the intent of the state density bonus law certainly is to increase affordable housing, but there are other benefits that the state density bonus law does as well. It requires that the units are on site. Our own inclusionary ordinance also gives the option of paying the in lieu fee. So it eliminates that option if you want to do the program, and it also usually imposes lower AMI levels. So there are other benefits that come from the state density bonus law. But in terms of the way the statute read, the way case law provides, I want to be just clear, it is absolutely clear, I think, that the requirement is based on the base project. The number of inclusionary units you need to have is based on the base project and not the total project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The statute is very clear on that.
Right. Then we talked a little bit about the bundling of parking. So there's no requirement in our codes whether or not parking needs to be bundled. So I think that's fully up to our discretion, right?
Correct.
And we could require part of it to be bundled, part of it not to be bundled, correct?
Yes.
So that's something I think to think about. Then another question. Could we require the project sponsor to include some advisory language in their leases with their tenants, for example, about parking? For example, could we require the project sponsor to include some language that the project sponsor can obviously require the tenants, but could advise the tenants to not park, for example, in Stranahan? Could we include a requirement of some kind of advisory language where the project sponsor encourages their tenants not to park at Stranahan or something like that?
We could add that, but there'd be challenges to enforcing that absent some sort of preferential parking permit.
So it would be advisory at best.
Exactly,
Yeah.
just as you had suggested.
Then I have a CEQA question. Does the issuance of a CEQA exemption establish CEQA precedents? Or is that really done more appropriately through litigation? I think there was a question about how this project is just too big for Class 32 and it sets the precedent for other projects. I've certainly seen other and many other examples of much larger projects under Class 32, so I don't think the size is it. There's a project in Oakland that was 24 stories, 206 units, that was a Class 32. But the question is there such a thing as too big of a project for Class 32, or does the exemption itself set any kind of precedence?
Well, I think I, as with you, have the same experience. 5 acres, depending on zoning and density, can be used for a great deal of development. I would also point out that many of the exemptions allow for considerable development. The reconstruction exemption that would allow you to take an entire shopping center, tear it down, and build it back again at exactly the same square foot. Totally new project. It could be 1 million square feet and it would be exempt. So I don't think there's anything per se about this exemption and many others that where something could be too big. If it qualifies, it qualifies. Now, as to your precedent question, legally, no. The only thing precedent setting in California is the statute, to some extent the regulation, case law published by the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court. The city might feel, once it's done something for one project, it might be pressured politically or otherwise, but it's not a legal precedent.
Okay. Thank you. Then, we didn't talk as much today, but I know previously, what we're essentially looking for is there an actual significant environmental impact that this project is causing, that therefore we should not be upholding the CEQA exemption. So one of the things that got talked about previously was sort of emergency hazards in the street capacity. So what if there is a fire, for example, that I think it was mentioned that the 54 units in Stranahan would not be able to get out or would be locked. And I think that's a street capacity issue. It did remind me of other locations in Clayton. We have Keller Ridge that has, I think, 450 housing units that only come out by one road. And I think if you include the Coyote Circle and Miwok, it's like 750 units that come off one road. But so I want to just get an answer from staff. Have we, who did we consult? The city engineer, or, how do we rule out that it's not a hazard in terms of people getting out, the street capacity, I guess?
Yeah, so you're correct. It is a matter of street capacity, how much that the road can carry. And that was, the city engineer was consulted and gave staff information on that went into the information that went into the February 4th staff report regarding emergency access. And
is that a numbers determination in terms of how many units, how wide of a road? Is that what it comes down to?
It can be. There is a way to measure capacity using volumes based on the road type. If you have a 2-lane road, it can typically carry so many vehicles per day. If you have a 4-lane road, it can carry so many vehicles per day. For the analysis that was included in the staff report for the February 4th meeting, it was based on level of service, which is also a related measure of volume to capacity. In other words, if you have a lower, so whereas ADT volumes just tell you this is how many cars a street can carry in a day, in other words, just the volume, level of service is a measure of the volume versus what's also actually there. So how congested is it? How busy is it? How long do you have to wait? And the conclusion or the feedback that we got from the city engineer was that, as I mentioned before, the intersections that are in this area, in the vicinity of this project, are functioning at a level of service B, which is well above gridlock.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to talk a little bit about what is required and what is not required and the larger context. There was some mention in public comment that we somehow created this mess, and I think that's a great line, but I think it lacks just understanding of the overall larger context. I think this refers to the 2012 rezoning of these parcels to PD and to the multi-density. And I think that was done in order to implement the 2009 housing element. And I think the larger context there is that we as cities are required to comply with state laws. We're required to comply with housing elements. But I want to be clear, so in terms of what we are required to do and what we're not required to do, we as the city are not required to build units. We're not required to build actual housing, but we are allowed to zone to allow for that to a certain extent. And I think that the reality is, and there was some talk about downzoning properties. I think the unfortunate reality is that I think next year we're going to be upzoning properties when the new RINA numbers come in, because I think they're going to be much higher than the numbers in the current cycle. So that's a different topic, but I think that's the reality we're in. So I guess that the scenario is next year, and I'm just bringing this for larger context. So next year, when the RINA numbers are out and we have to submit to the state our compliance with the housing element, maybe you have a council that decides not to submit a compliant housing element to the state, and not to rezone parcels to accommodate for the numbers that are given for us. I think in that case, the council and the residents who elect the council are going to have will have chosen a path that, for example, Huntington Beach did, which resulted them getting sued by Governor Newsom. Huntington Beach is very different, 190,000 residents, general fund of $230 million, which is quite different from Clayton. So the bottom line is there are requirements on the city for us to rezone to allow for a certain amount of housing. There are restrictions on us as to whether we can downzone properties. And most recently, there's now SB 330 that actually prohibits us from downzoning any property unless at the same time we're upzoning other properties to accommodate for that same zoning. So I don't know if, I mean, I think that's more of a statement than question, but I guess I don't know if staff wants to elaborate more on that, but I guess I'm trying to understand or elaborate on the larger context that we don't decide what projects get built or get proposed. And certainly in the context of the state density bonus law, that gives the developer even additional rights above and beyond what our codes require, but we are required to provide for that zoning. So I don't know if there's a further comment.
First off, yes to everything you said. Yes, density bonus law says that cities shall approve density bonuses, and cities shall grant concessions and waivers to qualifying projects. That is the state exerting its authority. But yes, it does obligate cities to perform in compliance with certain measures or efforts toward building affordable housing. Yes, the city could opt not to comply with housing element law. There are financial risks to that beyond potential litigation. There are also potential grant fundings grant opportunities that the city might sacrifice opportunities for. There are also transportation funds for roadway maintenance that come through the Contra Costa Transportation Authority that are potentially at risk. I won't say that you would lose them, but a lot of funding lately, particularly for transportation projects, is now being tied to housing and performance and compliance with housing regulations. So you're correct. The city could opt not to follow obligation or not to follow housing element law, and potentially there are fiscal and financial penalties for that.
Okay, thank you. Then in terms of the concessions, so the concessions require that the project sponsor have provided evidence of real and identifiable cost savings to provide for affordable housing. Mr. Toke's letter indicated that you have to provide for savings that are passed through to the actual affordable unit tenants. And I think that's incorrect. I don't think statute says that. So, Mala?
Yes, I concur with your opinion. The statute does not state
Right.
that.
It's, in terms of significant impacts, there was some suggestion that the mere removal of trees would be a significant impact on itself. I have not seen that in itself happen unless the trees are significant trees or landmark trees, which none of these are. But usually it's the secondary impacts from the trees, like, bird nesting and stuff like that. So I guess my question is tree removal in itself a significant environmental impact?
Sure.
As a locality, you can decide to have an ordinance that regulates tree removal. And you do. You have a tree protection ordinance, and it applies to trees of certain size and certain types. Cities have them all over, and they're all different. And importantly, they apply uniformly. So even you are correct that a non-significant biological resource, non-endangered or threatened species, its removal or impact, the trees, the birds, what have you. If that's not happening, obviously we don't have a CEQA issue. And the fact that the city's tree protection ordinance will apply to the removal of any trees in this project or any other is something that might be observed in a CEQA document, but it is not in and of itself a mitigation measure to reduce a significant impact. It's simply going to apply to the project. And I believe that that's been said in many CEQA documents in many cities, including this one, over time. It helps avoid concerns about tree removal, but it is not in and of itself addressing a significant impact.
Okay, thank you. And then 2 more questions. So when we talk about whether it's cumulative impacts or any of the exceptions, at the end of the road, what we're looking for is if the project has a significant impact on environment. And, I read all the underlying studies as well to see, are we even close on any one of them? And that's really why I went back to the trip generation to see, well, what if the project actually was not a senior project? Would use of different rates actually cause an impact? It sounds like it does not. But even on the air quality stuff, I looked at the studies, a lot of the figures are nowhere close to the threshold. There's one that was fairly close, but it's not exceeding the threshold. So it's not an impact in itself. So, I think we've reiterated this multiple times, but I guess what we have in staff's report, an analysis and what's been spoken since then is that their conclusion is that there is no significant impact under CEQA, regardless of how you look at this. So I think my last question is really, when it comes to our discretion, whether it's on the CEQA or whether it's on the project approvals, I know a lot of people have feelings about this project. I think all 5 council members have feelings about this project. We may all feel one way or another about the applicant. But as decision makers, what role does our liking or disliking of the project or the applicant have at all?
You've got to base your decision on substantial evidence, and you have to make findings. We've talked about the findings that you would have to make to deny the concessions and to deny the waivers. The density bonus in and of itself is just a mathematical formula that they've provided, which is the providing of the 11% very low income units gives you a 35% density bonus. They've agreed to a regulatory agreement that would restrict those units for 55 years for very low income in addition to the senior. So there's no grounds to deny the density bonus in and of itself. So to answer your question, I'm going around it in a bit of a long way, but you'd have to have significant evidence in the record, and your feelings generically on the project would not merit that unless they can be elaborated into the specific findings that are required.
Okay, so I'll conclude my comments, but I think what that translates to that if we as council are going to be voting to deny the categorical exemption or deny the project, I think we need to come up with those findings. I think that's the reality. So I'll end there for now.
Mala, can you reiterate now, since we've just been talking about it, what those specific findings would have to be? Mm-hmm. And are they absolutely required findings?
They are required findings, the ones I mentioned earlier, and maybe, right. I don't know if we could get my PowerPoint back up. It might be helpful to look at it.
Yeah.
Go one forward. There you go. So those are the findings to deny the 2 concessions that are requested. You'd have to make one of the 3 findings that are listed. The first one would not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide for the affordable housing costs. As was previously mentioned, we did have a review done by PlaceWorks, which was peer reviewed by our consultants, so you would need to have some additional evidence in the record to rebut both of those analysis. And then the second one is a specific adverse impact. That is a very challenging standard to make. I can read it. It comes from the Housing Accountability Act. You previously heard Mr. Vallivas read it. That was an accurate description of the definition. And then last, it's contrary to state or federal law. On the waivers, some of them are similar. Again, the second and the third bullet point on the right are similar to what I just mentioned, and then the top bullet point is not necessary to avoid physically precluding construction of the project. So you would need to make one of those three findings to deny any of the waivers or reductions in development standards, and one of the three findings that I just made earlier in order to deny one or both of the two concessions.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So it seems like that the staff did make that finding at 62 units. When the parking was proposed at 62 units, the staff report indicated that this level of parking was insufficient to serve the demand. It would cause spillover parking. It would result in adverse impact into the surrounding areas. That seems like we're trying to make that adverse impact language. Is that what that is?
No, that was not what that is. That was not the standard.
That's not the specific adverse impact. That's just an adverse impact?
Yes, and it has a very defined term, and I'm trying to pull it out right now so that I can read it into the record. It's defined, a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. Inconsistency with the zoning ordinance or general plan land use designation shall not constitute a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety.
Yeah, I thank you. So when we said that 62 parking spaces would result in an adverse impact on the surrounding area, and we requested that the number of spaces be increased, and this is from the original Planning Commission documents, was that just like, please? Like,
yes.
Could the applicant request 0 parking? They would save a lot of money, so I'm just wondering, that would meet the money standard.
They could request 0 parking.
As a concession?
They could request it.
And
I mean, they could.
would we
reduce
have to grant it unless we could find this,
There
whatever?
would be potentially CEQA. We'd have to,
But parking isn't CEQA, right? So that's irrelevant to CEQA.
Yeah, I mean,
No, the precluding the project isn't a standard of a concession, that's waiver. So on the concession piece, could you request 0?
They technically could. I think what probably prevents that, and I haven't seen that happen in these applications, is they do need to make this a marketable project. And so.
Well, that's
0
discretionary though, right?
Yes,
Okay.
It's not in the vicinity of a BART station or other, mass transit. So it is discretionary within. I just haven't seen a project of this type of nature produce.
Sure. I mean, just by
that
way of
type
example.
concession.
By way of example, then given the current fact pattern, if the request was actually 0 parking, would the staff still take the position that we could not make a finding of specific adverse impact as defined?
I just haven't looked at it, and I'm only looking at the project as the 106 parking spaces.
Yeah, because at
with the
62,
variant.
we made the request. At 10...
We didn't make it on that defined term. That's what I want to be clear.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
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 All right.
Hi there.
Next.
Boy, I think we got all of our questions answered along the way here. Boy, I was checking these off one at another. I just have one. The since we're talking about parking, it seems to me like this could have been all said and done if we were to come up with the 117 parking spaces. I take exception to the idea that there is a statement saying there is no more room. We have no more room. When Councilmember Catalano provided a different design to bring us up at least another 6 spaces.
20
spaces, 20 more spaces. But nevertheless, I appreciate the 106 spaces, but love to get to that 117 mark. The Stranahan, I agree that without speaking to the people in Stranahan, we've made a decision to remove their parking permit program, which they never asked for in the first place. So I would think that we need to go back and talk to the to the Stranahan residents to find out what would be acceptable to them, and or whether or not we need to keep the condition in place. Let's see, man. Piecemealing, you already got to. Let me see if there's anything else I need to ask a question on. Okay, I think that's it for me.
Jim.
The only thing I have to add after all of this discussion, which I appreciate my esteemed council member counterparts thoroughly going through all of this, is finally I think council at least triggered in my mind the word marketable. And if the parking situation could be expanded, it would certainly be more marketable.
Palatable, maybe even.
Palatable, marketable.
This is not. I don't think this is a case of if you build it, they will come.
Right. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I will agree. I've interspersed many of my questions as they sort of came up in context. I would like to ask staff to walk us through where in the resolutions, depending on what we want to do, they would make the changes. So we've got two resolutions on our agenda tonight. The first one is the one dealing with the CEQA issues. That's a two-page reso. The other one is quite a bit longer. So are there any changes to the CEQA resolution that you were recommending?
No, Mayor.
Okay. And as far as the project-specific resolution, which includes the housing density bonus application, the site plan review, the tree removal permit, where are those specific suggestions before we start discussing, just so we're all on the same page of what we're looking at, what we want to do or not do?
So I mentioned during my presentation that there was a revision in the findings that should have been removed.
Okay.
To coordinate with the recommendation of staff to eliminate the Stranahan parking permit program. That is on page 5 of 21 of the printed copy for attachment B. Finding number 5, there is a sentence at the end that speaks to funding, the developer's funding toward a permit parking program.
Right. Okay, so
That is
that's
no
the
longer
last three
applicable.
lines of that paragraph.
Correct.
Okay.
As far as other revisions, those are noted in underline and strike through currently in the document that's attached to your staff report. So continuing on to page 6.
Right. That's item H?
Correct. That speaks to the applicant's voluntary compliance with a 55-year-old age restriction for the very low-income units.
Okay. So we're adding that language?
Correct.
Okay.
On page 7 of 21, condition number 6, staff recommends removing the language regarding the specificity of the language regarding shared parking and quantifying the number of stalls that need to be shared between the different parcels. Staff doesn't believe this is necessary anymore because each parcel now can provide at least one space per unit on site. So the language is suggested to be retained, allowing shared parking, but not to quantify X number of spaces on parcel 1, X number of spaces on parcel 2.
Okay.
The remaining conditions of approval that are recommended to be revised from your February 4th attachment are listed on pages 20 and 21 of the attachment
Starting
C.
with 116.
Correct. These speak to the changes in the project as well as the feedback that the applicant submitted to this council for the February 4th meeting regarding the additional measures for traffic control and parking. So condition number 116 is suggested to be, this is the one that initially required the developer to contribute or to pay up to $20,000 for a residential parking permit program for the Stranahan subdivision. As I've noted a couple of times, staff doesn't believe this is necessary anymore because the developer was successfully able to add 20 stalls since the last iteration of the project. Almost, that's 44 more stalls since the initial iteration. So staff's recommendation here is just to revise the text to clarify that the project that gets built needs to include at least 106 parking stalls, and that will need to be shown on building permit plans.
Okay.
There were two conditions in the initial resolution that require the developer to pay for flashing beacons, pedestrian-initiated flashing beacons at the crosswalk on Marsh Creek Road, as well as speed feedback signs for Marsh Creek Road for traffic control. These were, again, voluntary measures that the staff discussed with the developer after the November 12th public hearing before the Planning Commission after the feedback that was heard there. The developer wished to scale that back once the costs of those improvements were better known and offered $2,500 per improvement. What staff recommends is that rather than identify the improvements, that the condition of approval simply be revised to commit the developer to paying $5,000 toward pedestrian and multimodal safety improvements on Marsh Creek Road without specifying what needs to be done. That would ensure that something can get done because the improvements that were identified, the speed feedback signs and the flashing beacons, would not be paid for with $5,000. The city would have to pay for the difference or come up with some other improvement. Condition number, what was 120, now number 117, regarding the annual bus passes. Again, this was a voluntary measure. Staff would recommend just accepting the developer's proposed revision regarding bus passes and making sure that they are offered, but requiring them for 2 years. And then lastly, for condition number 128, again, the initial requirement that was negotiated was for the developer to install 50 15-gallon trees. The developer would prefer just to pay the city a flat fee, and the city could use those funds toward planting trees in locations it desires, parks, trails, other locations in the city.
Okay. Any questions about the proposed changes? I'm going to make just a couple of comments before I open it up to my colleagues to comment and discuss as well. I think, I had a lot of comments. Most of the questions have been answered. And let me just state for the record, I would have preferred the early project too. I think many of us would, but it never came to us, so we didn't get a choice. So what is there is what it is, and we make a decision on what is before us. I have to tell you, I have been criticized mightily on social media for being in favor of additional housing. I work on a regional level, as many of you have castigated me for, in the entire region. And recent polling here in Contra Costa says that the lack of affordable housing is the #1 concern among the residents of Contra Costa County. It is the number one concern. And I have to tell you, as one of those, like one of our other residents stated in his early remarks this evening, I've got kids who are moving out of state because they can't afford to stay here. They can't afford to live in the town they grew up in. That's sad. And for people to be so exclusionary as to say we don't want any change, that's sad too. Because I've been criticized for being on the council for nearly 28 years. You know, in that time, I have been part of approving the Oakhurst project, where many of you live. I approved Stranahan against the objections of many of the neighbors of that project. I gave you a chance to speak. I will have you removed if I need to. My patience has worn very thin. I approved the Oakwood project.
I live there.
Yeah, you live there now. You know, I approved Bridlewood. I approved the shopping center at Clayton Station. Yeah, I've been around a long time. And the town that you guys call perfect had a lot to do with the planning we did a long time ago. And that was built on the work that was done by our very first council, who laid out the trails and the parks in this town. And I'm very proud of that first council that set the standards for how we have grown since. So when I moved here into a brand new subdivision that others approved into Westwood as our starter house, people next door in Southbrook didn't want that one either. But we soon became friends because they were our neighbors. That's how things work in this town. And so to hear this animosity about others who maybe don't make as much as we do, but there is the possibility that this will be market rate for all but 7 units. Market rate, the studies say, is pretty expensive in my book. It's pretty close to double my mortgage payment. I probably wouldn't be able to afford those units. Although at first I thought that would be a great option for a retirement place to be able to downsize. But I can't afford that. So this is not going to be those people moving in. This is going to be people that have a fair amount of money that they can spend in our downtown. This is going to be, excuse me? I'm sorry, sir. You got a chance to speak. It still meets the height requirements. It's up against a tall hill as a background. I think there's a lot of fear of change. And you know, when we built the Cardenay Trail between the library where we sit, out this back window down to Safeway, people came out by the dozens because they were in panic mode, because they were worried that they would have break-ins happening in their backyards. They were really scared because that was going to be a change. Now almost all of them have a gate from their backyard out to the trail. It has not increased crime in the neighborhood. It's a change. And once it happened, they embraced it. I believe that will happen with this project too. I understand the fear of change. I truly do. But sometimes we can't be so exclusionary that we say our kids can't live here or that other people can't live here just because they're not here now. There are a lot of people that say the town is perfect now. I helped make it that way. I had a voice in helping to make it that way. our original council members who founded this town had a voice in making it that way. We have, I remember back to the Oakhurst hearings that went on for 14 months. We didn't get this much opposition to 1,500 homes. The exclusivity factor is annoying and aggravating and really embarrassing to me. I'm very concerned about the comments that I've heard, the negativity, the backbiting, the name-calling of other people that this project has generated. And it's not just this project. Anything that would have been proposed there would have generated this. It's happening all over this town, and I find it very, very sad. So I intend to vote in favor of this project. Would I have preferred the original project? You betcha I would have. But that's not what we have before us. And frankly, I'm not willing to risk the treasury of our community over this project. I think it will turn out to be a very nice addition to our community. It'll provide folks to patronize our downtown businesses. Several of the people on social media have complained that our downtown businesses look shabby, and why doesn't the city make them fix them up? You know what? That's private property too. And if they got more business, they'd have the resources to fix them up. Many of those historic buildings are expensive to maintain. So I think this will be a great project for our community. It's going to bring in people that have money. It really will. It's not going to be those people. It's going to be people who can afford to live in them. So you now know my vote. Video's being taken. I'm sure it'll be pilloried on social media tomorrow, and that's just fine. Mr. Bedell, bring it on. Because quite frankly, I believe in doing the right thing for the entire community, not for a bunch of angry people. So, stop. We're done. All right, I'm going to turn this to my colleagues.
I have one other question I'd like us to see the attorney. Okay. So I would love for you to elaborate a little bit on the risks that could be there if we are wrong in our decision. And what I mean by that is I'm hearing from both sides of this issue that there could be lawsuits. So from a city perspective, there's a difference if we're right or wrong in this decision. And that has consequences, potential consequences. I would love for you to elaborate a little bit more as to what those consequences could be. And I think what this comes to is I'm fiscally very conservative, and that comes to my role as a city council member. I value the fact that we have a police department who keeps us safe. I value the open space areas that we have. I don't want to risk that for litigators. I'm sorry, Mr. Budell. I don't want to risk our city budget on litigators. So I would love for you to elaborate. What does it mean if we are wrong in our decision?
Can I clarify the same? I had the same question, kind of. My question was more specifically, what's the penalty for improperly granting a CEQA exemption or improperly denying a CEQA exemption?
Yep.
And because I think there's two appeals that we have in front of us, right? One CEQA and one is the project itself. So I think, I'm not sure if the penalties and remedies are the same for each. So if you could clarify the difference between those, and then both sides of improper granting and improper denial.
I can, and I think the city manager is asking me, I think we have to continue the meeting. Does that occur if we want to go past 11 o'clock?
It only technically occurs if we take up a new item.
Okay. So we have not taken up a new item, obviously.
There is no new item on this agenda, so.
I'd like to put a new item on the agenda.
So maybe I'll give a brief, I think, as you mentioned, there are two potential scenarios that could happen. One is you deny the project and you face...
Let's go in order just for organization, like by appellant, right? So the first is the CEQA appellant. So could we talk about that first?
Sure.
Like, I don't want to usurp your question, but the improper denial of the CEQA exemption or improper granting, and then what is the actual, how would remedies be achieved in both scenarios?
Okay, I'll defer to Sarah on the CEQA, and then I'll jump in on the second resolution, which is the
I feel like I know that one. But.
So it's a huge difference, actually, huge. So if you approve, well, you can't get a CEQA lawsuit unless you also have already approved the project. So one is assumed by the other. So let's say you find the project is categorically exempt under the infill exemption and approve it. You file what's called a notice of exemption. It sets a 35-day period during which a member of the public could choose to bring a lawsuit saying the city should not have found the project qualified for the infill exemption. Okay, so that's the two appeals of the CEQA decision that are currently before you. Three, pardon me. The developer has, as part of his application, agreed to indemnify the city in the event of any challenges. So while a victorious lawsuit by a member of the public challenging the granting, the issuance of the exemption could result in a court awarding attorney's fees to that member of the public or several members of the public, that money would be paid by the developer through the indemnification agreement. It is not the same, however, if you decide not to find the project is exempt and potentially say you think additional environmental review is needed. And I speak with personal experience of a published decision against me when I was the city attorney for requesting more environmental review than the applicant felt was required. It is Martin versus San Francisco Planning Department, and I'm sorry to say I lost that case. And in the case that the developer sues the city, which granted is unusual, in the case the developer sues the city for requiring more environmental review than they think is appropriate, there would be no indemnification, so the cost of litigating it would be the city's, and if the city lost, the cost potentially of paying the developer's attorney's fees would also be costs borne entirely by the city. So it makes a huge difference whether it's the developer suing the city or whether it's a member of the public suing the city for purposes of CEQA. I can't make guarantees because of the public attorney general statute is not 100%. A court will decide how much money is paid, but the indemnification I can guarantee the developer has to pay the city's reasonable attorney's fees, and that would also include any attorney's fees that might later be awarded by the court if the city were found to have in some way acted improperly.
So the remedies are only achieved through that litigation?
Well, and I should be clear, you use the term remedy. If a member of the public sues saying that the city did the wrong CEQA, we'll just oversimplify it, the court could order the city to rescind its approvals, but it doesn't have to. And even if it did order the city to rescind its approvals, it does not preclude the city from doing more CEQA and then approving the project anyway. So when you say remedy, the only remedy a CEQA litigant can ever, the maximum remedy that they can achieve from a court is an order from that court directing the city to rescind its approvals and to conduct additional environmental review. That's the only remedy. And then under the a private attorney general statute, they can have their attorney's fees paid, but it's not like damages. It's just whatever their attorney spent and can prove they spent.
So in other words, if we deny the CEQA exemption and we tell the developer go do additional environmental review, the end result is they go out and do an additional environmental review if they don't sue, and they come back to us with that additional environmental review, and we're here with an EIR or neg deck, and we're still having to make a decision to approve or not to approve the project.
That is exactly the case. That is exactly the case.
So it's just a delay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the approval scenario?
And then the approval scenario, the second resolution, let's say you approve the project and you take the resolution in the staff report as is or with minor modifications, and we get a lawsuit challenging that resolution, that again, as Sarah mentioned, would be defended by the applicant, and those costs would be borne by the applicant. So if a court found that there was not substantial evidence to defend that, then the applicant would have to pay those costs associated with that. If you denied the project, you'd have to make the findings that we've talked about earlier. If a court found that you did not have evidence to support those findings, then the court could indicate such. We'd be then paying statutorily their attorney's fees. You'd be paying the city's, paying our attorney's fees to defend the lawsuit, and then you would have a court indicating that you didn't properly make the findings. And so we'd be back here rehearing this and making the findings to approve the project after having spent significant sums of money.
And in terms of penalties, so the project sponsor's attorney indicated that under the Housing Accountability Act, in addition to attorney's fees and costs, one consequence is that if you improperly deny the project, you could be penalized $10,000 per unit or up to $50,000 per unit, which in this case would be something like $4 million, in addition to the attorney's fees and costs, if we act in bad faith in denying the project. Is that
That's
correct?
correct too.
Yep.
I think it's even a minimum of 10,000, so it could even be more than that.
So minimum, that's what, $800,000 minimum, in addition to attorney's fees.
And I think that's if the court comes back and orders the city to approve the project and doesn't do so within a set amount of time. So hopefully those wouldn't apply because you would take that direction. But in effect, it has really boxed in the city's discretion at that point, unless you're willing to pay those fines.
And in terms of acting in bad faith, so if we were to, let's say, approve the CEQA, but then deny the project, but in denying the project, we did not make those findings, for example, would that be bad faith?
I think that could be argued. I don't know that there's actually case law defining bad faith in this context, similar to how you heard about the urban definition being used in a redevelopment context. We could look elsewhere, but I'm sure that would be an argument that would be made against us, that there was no evidence in the record to support the findings.
Okay, thank you. So I think from what I'm gathering from all of that is if any one of us five is to deny the exemption or vote to deny the project, I would ask that member to come up with the proper findings and proper reasonings and to identify those and not just vote for the sake of voting.
Comments?
I have a bunch of comments on concessions and waivers. I just skipped all the density bonus questions, basically. So yeah. I guess most of it is around waivers, because I think concessions are fairly prescribed, just my reading of it, and based on all the presentation materials. I think at one of the meetings, I always forget your name, I'm sorry, you're the lawyer for Steve, talked about how we could find the definition of specific adverse impact. And I think when it says, the way that it reads is, it says specific adverse impact means significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they exist on the date. And so I think one of the things that you really tried to emphasize was that there needed to be some kind of thing written down and that we needed to be able to point to it as of the application date. And I think that reading of this language is not how I parse this language. And so really when they use in this construction, based on my understanding of statutory construction, when the language is using the or joiner, it's not saying that it needs to be written because the or occurs after the written. So the way that I'm parsing is a specific adverse impact, quantifiable, direct, unavoidable impact based on objective, that's all good. Objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, or policies, or conditions. So you can read this as saying a specific adverse impact can be significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective conditions as they existed as the date of the application was deemed complete. Then you could, the statute could be read to, if you parse it, to strike the written component and just as conditions as they exist at the time. I don't know if that's like overly parsing this, but that's just how I read it. So, I think that when we talk about that, then what we're really talking about is not necessarily things that are in the written record, but conditions that may exist at the time of the application being deemed complete. And so when we talk about waivers, there's no the economic component of waiver granting was stricken from the code. I forget what year, but it was fairly recently, like 2012 or something, if I recall correctly. And so, you know, I know that we've kind of had this discussion about waivers, but, you know, my understanding is that for a waiver to be granted, the applicant has to show that the standard being waived will physically preclude the construction of the project. And that's kind of what we've talked about right there. Great. And in the whole adverse impact thing, but I'm going to ignore that for a second because I don't think that's really here or there. But waivers, costs don't enter the calculus in the same way that it does for concessions. Is that fair to say? Okay. So most of the waivers being requested are not for things that physically preclude the development. So if we look at them, one of the waivers is parking lot landscape requirements. Like a landscape requirement doesn't preclude doesn't physically preclude the project. I mean, ultimately, if the maximum parking units that we can require is 117, I mean, you can underground parking and you can get 117. So undergrounding parking doesn't physically preclude the project. I grant it makes it dramatically more expensive, but cost is not a component of waiver consideration. So that being said, site plan review for size and bulk, there's a waiver being requested for size and bulk. And when we look at our CMC standards, size and bulk, this standard of review that's being requested, it goes from A through H. This is 17.44.40. And the one that's talking about size and bulk, which is the specific waiver request, is item G. And so item G says that the standard for review is that the new development as a whole need not be identical, but should be complementary with adjacent existing structures in terms of material, color, size, and bulk. And so the waiver request specifically says size and bulk, so they're not asking for the other things. But this is not consistent at all with what's there. And for size and bulk, we're not saying that it doesn't physically preclude the project for this item. Because essentially the size and bulk of these structures are inconsistent with all of the adjacent structures nearby and with the entire city. I mean, the only 3-story building that we have in town is City Hall, and that's like super below grade. Well, not really because the street goes up, but you know, that's the only 3-story building in town. I don't think there's nothing this high or this dense that looks like these structures. If you look downtown, all the structures have that wood siding type look. This looks like a building from Emeryville. It doesn't matter, but the look of it doesn't, sorry, let me rephrase that. Updating the look to be consistent with nearby adjacent buildings doesn't preclude the building being built. It's an architectural standard. And that is one of the things that you identified as things we have discretion on. But, you know, and then when we talk about preservation, so another item that is being requested to be waived is preservation of natural features. So the staff report indicates that there are 2 mature trees that cannot be preserved due to the stormwater treatment requirements. So if there's a stormwater treatment requirement that needs to exist there, then you essentially have to build it there. And if you say no to that, then you are precluding the project because you have to build it. But why are we granting the waiver in total? because the waiver is requesting for all of these things, not just those two. Like if we get a waiver for just those two items, that's a wholly different proposition than a waiver on all the tree, basically entire, the other tree, I'm forgetting what we call it, our tree preservation thing. Ordinance, sorry. I lost my words there. And then we're asking, again, the waiver for covered parking, I know that we kind of addressed that before, so I'm going to ignore that because I think that got addressed in a different provision of the density bonus. But the percentage of regular and compact spaces, I mean, it is great that we increase the number of spaces. I think that's very helpful to the project. But we're still talking about very small spaces that don't conform to our parking standards within the CMC. And so the applicant is requesting a waiver for these things. But again, a waiver for these parking sizes does not or if we do not grant this waiver, it does not preclude the project. You can get more parking other ways. That doesn't preclude the building of the project. The building height exceeds the building height limit as well. I'm not sure why we would allow a height over what the prescribed limit is, but we're asking for a waiver for that too for some reason. And I don't think that not granting a height, not a variance, that's wrong, waiver physically precludes the project. And I mentioned before tree replacement, like we have a certain tree ordinance that says these are the trees that need to be planted. And the applicant is asking for a waiver saying, I don't like those trees, I want to plant different trees. But that doesn't preclude the building in any way, so I don't know why we're granting a waiver when it doesn't preclude the building. So not all the waivers, some of the waivers, yes, I grant are, they meet the criteria, but all of these other ones, they just don't. And we're considering them all as a package. I mean, if we say like, I could make a finding that this tree replacement, I could easily make a finding that a tree replacement waiver isn't necessary because it does not physically preclude the project. Some of them, I would say, yes, that does. And so when we consider them as a package, I would say, if you do it as a package, they all must be true. But even if a single one of them is not true, then the package in total fails. I mean, that's just how I think of it. So that I guess that's one collective question. Like, why are we granting all these waivers that don't seem to physically preclude the project? Why is staff recommending that we grant waivers that do not physically preclude the project?
Can you call for the question?
Say again?
Yeah, we all gotta go to bed sometime.
Oh, I got lots.
Let's let staff answer the question.
So the staff report that I believe you're referencing or that you're reading from is the November 12th staff report.
Yes.
In that document, staff explains its position for why staff does believe that these waivers can be granted. I think what you're saying is that you disagree, but if the question is why does staff believe that the findings can be made, then I would refer you to the staff report that explains that information that you've just summarized that I think you say you disagree with. I mean, I don't really want to go point by point because it's here and you've read from it, and I don't think that I would say anything that's not already written here. But yes, I would refer back to the November 12th staff report for that analysis of why staff believes the case can be made.
Okay.
Can I go back to, you raised the question about the specific adverse impact and whether or not you need to, whether you can just look at conditions instead of public health and safety.
Yes.
And we discussed this before as well.
We disagreed, I remember.
Yeah, I know. So I pulled up the legislative history for AB 1743, which approved that language. And it's clear from the legislative history that it's referencing specific and adverse impact on public health and safety, not on conditions, on policies. So I think that got added there, standards, conditions, or standards, policies, or conditions. And it's clear from the legislative history that the legislator intended that these conditions arise infrequently. So, I mean, if you want us to deny the project based on your interpretation on what's against the legislative history, I think we're on a very weak ground, especially when our city attorney is telling us that these findings are very difficult to make. And I think our city attorney did not tell us that we could just have conditions that are not written. So I would just caution, and I think the legislative history is fairly clear.
I acknowledge your statement.
Did you have other questions that pertain to your decision-making?
No, I don't have questions. I just, yeah, I don't have questions. I just, I may have some comments, but I don't have any more questions.
Do you want to make your comments now?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think, there are a few laws in play here. Our own inclusionary housing laws in play, density bonus laws in play. But all these laws, they're what we have to deal with. I just find it strange that essentially we already require 10% inclusionary housing, so a single additional housing triggers a 35% bonus, density bonus. That, our woke overlords in Sacramento, they could be pleased, but I don't think the people of Clayton are. I mean, you mentioned that you think that the number one concern of Contra Costa County residents is the cost of housing. I think that may be different if we talk about just the folks in our city. And obviously it's important. My kids were here at this meeting. At the beginning, they had to go because it was too late. But they may not be able to live here either. And while that's unfortunate, I challenge them that they need to earn enough money to live where they want. I don't think people have a right to live wherever they want. I think that you need to pay for it. And if you can, that's great. And if you can't, that's life. So, I mean, I just, and when we talk, a lot of this is about parking and traffic. And so the studies, which are based on old data, yield a result that I find to be unrealistic. I'm not a traffic engineer, but they seem pretty laughable to say that you would only generate 22 peak hour trips. I mean, I think I alone generate like 4 or 5 peak hour trips. I mean, I drop off to track, I drop off to all these events every day, and I'm generating that many trips. Order. We already continually renew parking waivers for downtown. Like every year it's an annual thing where we say like we don't have enough parking downtown, so we have these waivers that go on. We know that this is going, like even in staff reports it asserts that these things are going to spill over into the other areas. And I think that's just not really well addressed. I ask myself how this will help Clayton. And, at each step of the way, it seems like we've accepted the assertions that the applicant has raised at face value. We accept the conflicting data that's presented. And that doesn't seem like the level of diligence that maybe it's customary to not get additional data points. I accept that. That is the custom, but that is not what I would do if I'm receiving multiple sources of data that say different things. I would seek more information. So, I mean, if this project is approved over the outdated parking and traffic data, And really, for the CEQA exemption, it would be trivially easy to make a finding that it does not qualify because of the definition of the urban uses around it. So if you really think about it, it needs to meet all criteria. I think that is the question that the applicant's attorney had never addressed. Our own staff had said that there's some leeway there. I mean, from a CEQA perspective, this does not seem like a strong enough review of whether or not it meets that criteria. And so, if you have doubts over any of those assumptions about the urban definition, about the parking or the traffic based on outdated data, if you have these doubts, we can make those findings. And I would ask that you have the courage of your convictions to grant the appeals of the 3 appellants. It doesn't say no, it just says we need to do more. And so I guess I would leave it with, one of the things that the applicant's attorney has said, I said it very clearly in the materials, that there's undisputed evidence that, in the record. Well, I would think that my testimony counts as evidence, and so it's no longer undisputed, at least. That's it.
Okay, thank you. CW?
Well, I spent a great deal of time over about 3.5 days going around the city and talking to people about this project and other things that are going on in the city. I was actually surprised at not only the level of support for this, but the level of ambivalence of people in Clayton. Of course, there were people that were against it. I think some of the people were in the room tonight, and but I tried to get at least a wide enough range of people that I don't normally see that come to meetings, and it was somewhat disheartening for me in the fact that people were ambivalent about the project or didn't know about the project. The question I have, though, is, well, first of all, it's not going to be the state that's going to be suing us. I think that's a misconception. It's going to be Mr. Jordan that's going to wind up suing us if we deny this project. And some of the misunderstandings with regard to a lawsuit and how we would pay for it. The one mitigating factor when I talked to people was to ask them to dip into their pocket to pay for any overages. If we were to lose a lawsuit, how would we pay for it? And if it was up to you, would you pay extra taxes? How would you do it? And people were very against that kind of thing. So that was an interesting finding for me. The other thing is, what do we propose to do? That was the question. What do you propose to do? If you say no to this project, and what's the alternative? That was not a clear answer either, because people just didn't have the idea. It's real easy to say, no, we're not going to do this, and just leave it at that. You're the city council, you should say no. That's not an answer. So for me, I'm concerned about the people that took up the GoFundMe account, because they got an attorney who came in with what seems to be generally refuted amount of information that you're paying for. I don't understand what it is that you intend this attorney to do. And, I lived in Diablo Creek Place for 20 some odd years, and it was nice. I had no one behind me. I could see for the walnut groves back there. It was beautiful, very private. And then they built Rachel Ranch, and Rachel Ranch was butted up right against my fence, and I had neighbors all behind me. And looking into my bedroom, I could see into theirs. Don't want to talk about it. But that's just what happens because I didn't own that property behind me. I regretted not buying that, but that was not possible. So we're between a rock and a hard place here, I think, with regard to it's not my intent to grow Clayton irresponsibly, but it's also a responsibility that we have, as far as I'm concerned, to take all of Clayton into consideration and to protect Clayton from what is going to be a needless amount of money that we're going to shell out for any lawsuit. So that's where I'm coming down at this point.
Okay, Jim?
I don't know what further to add, and I'm going to say something that's probably going to irritate some of the past administration of this city, who turned down a project that probably would have been more acceptable than what we have before us. And this is, in my view, this was not the first thing that management deferred to this council. And I won't go into any further than that. And I'm really unhappy about it. So here we are. The issue is parking, traffic, and safety. I can't bring it down to anything less than that. And if we had that original project, we probably wouldn't be here till midnight tonight going through this I don't know how to phrase it, but such detail that I commend these people out here for sitting here and listening to all this dialogue for the past couple of hours. There are things that are inconsistent, as Councilman and Vice Mayor Juan has mentioned here regarding the requirements and so forth. And I agree with him. How do you prove something that has basic inconsistencies in it? I don't know that. I'm not smart enough to do that. I respect the mayor in her position on this, but I have to harken back to why this was ultimately placed before us, and I'm prepared to make a decision. That's why we were elected, and that's what we're here to do.
Any further comments?
Yeah, so in terms of the CEQA stuff, so what I heard from you, Jeff, say, for example, the traffic figures, they seem unrealistic. You said that this just doesn't seem to be strong enough of review.
Hold on. I would say that they're clearly based on data that was sourced from the Creekside Terrace information, which is outdated. And so both our staff representatives have said that is accurate. So it's not seeming. It is literally based on outdated information. Okay.
But earlier when we had that same question up, they said that it would not, that the circumstances haven't changed that much. The bottom line is we asked the question whether the traffic analysis was inadequate, and the staff said that it was not inadequate, that it was adequate. The bottom line is what I heard in terms of the comments on the CEQA analysis, none of it amounted to substantial evidence. If you have a successful challenge to a CEQA, it has to be based on facts, on reasonable assumption based on facts, or expert testimony. I haven't seen any of that in our record. So if we were to say no to CEQA, it's really a delay. All we're doing is, let me finish, please. It's a delay that we would be imposing on this project against our staff's advice, against our city attorney's advice, and 6 to 9 months from now, the project will be back in front of us with further environmental review, and then what? We're going to be in the same exact position. So that's one thing on the CEQA side. But on the project side, saying no to the project is really a whole different scenario because the consequences of being wrong are so severe. I don't see, I haven't heard anybody make those findings that are necessary in order to deny the project.
Yeah, I do think those are on different tiers. The two decision-making, the CEQA versus the project are different tiers of
Absolutely,
both
but
decision-making and risk. But
absolutely, but on a CEQA side, I have not heard or seen substantial evidence that would allow us to deny the CEQA exemption. On the project side, I have also not heard anybody make those findings that we have to make in order to deny the project and not get sued on a Housing Accountability Act and not pay up to $4 million on attorneys' fees and costs. That's our whole reserve. Our reserve and our general fund budget is $5 million. I'm not risking that.
yeah, I would say that the reason why we haven't heard substantial evidence is because that we've been pushing for the exemption. And so, the law, my understanding is that when there is doubt in terms of EIR, the law favors doing an EIR. In general, I'm sure there's a lot of nuance there. I'm speaking at a high level, but, and so we haven't heard this substantial evidence about environmental impact because we are obviating all other analysis that would be done with a full EIR. And so the finding that we need to make is not necessarily that, yes, there is a significant impact to environment, because that's not my area, but I can make a finding that says it is not substantially surrounded by urban uses. And once that finding is made, the exemption falls away, and then we have whatever the next step is after that. And whether or not that's a delay or not, I don't know. I'm not saying that it's a delay tactic, but I'm just saying procedurally, if we are to do the analysis that as part of our diligence to say, if they are applying for Class 32 exemption, then they must meet A, B, C, D, E, then we should assess A, B, C, D, E. If any one of those fails, then we have our answer. And you don't need to have a finding of substantial impact. All you need to do is say it is not substantially surrounded by urban uses, and Class 32 exemption fails. You have to do whatever you have to do after that, and you don't vote on the project anymore because you don't have the environmental part. We haven't said no to the project. We just need to do more diligence.
I know, but all you're doing is a delay. It doesn't do anything.
I would not characterize it as delay. I would characterize it as diligence. So,
bottom line.
I think I can make that finding comfortably.
I'm not going to argue with you because I disagree on some of the things you're saying. But what I'm saying is I have not seen any substantial evidence that challenging the CEQA appeal, CEQA decision. I've just not seen it in the record.
So you're not persuaded by the urban uses?
No.
Okay. So that's fine. Okay, and I accept that.
Tell me the expert opinion that you provided
the definition,
to support
the actual literal name of it is rural. So rural cannot be urban, therefore QED, I'm done. So we can disagree.
That was a choice of words assigned 40 years ago.
Well,
it's an unfortunate choice of words today for a definition.
Be that as it may,
it's surrounded by city uses, Jeff.
Everybody's
got city water. Yeah. No, it's inside an incorporated city.
But again,
that's a city use.
The case law says that a rural use can be incorporated or within an incorporated city.
And what's
so
across
that's not
the street
sufficient. Other uses. But that's not the standard either. I mean, when we're talking about properties that are neighboring, multiple properties that are neighboring that can all have horses, I mean, I don't know what you consider rural, but if you have a horse, I'm calling you rural. So, that's where I'm at. And I don't think that's that finding. I acknowledge that we disagree, so I'm not going to, I accept that. Right. But that finding is not wrong on its face. It is, reasonable people can disagree, but it's not far out there because horses equals rural.
So my last comment is, I'll repeat it again because it's worth repeating. Whatever you've said, you have not provided substantial evidence that would support a CEQA appeal or denying the CEQA. And if you want to take the chance, the other consequence in terms of delay is that the developer actually sues us, that we improperly did.
Well, yeah, that's
the other scenario, although unlikely. But if you want to go and litigate what urban uses means and have the city be involved in that, that's your decision. I'm not making that decision, so.
Okay, I am going to make one more statement directly to the developer based on all I've heard here today. There you are. You moved. And I would like to request yet again, as I did at the last meeting, that you seriously pursue even more parking off-site. I appreciate very much the efforts that you have gone to add the spaces that you have added. I, however, think that to make this project something that truly could be an asset to the community, it needs to have adequate parking. And realistically, that means it needs to have at least 2 spaces per unit. Because realistically, if these are going to rent at market rate, it's going to need 2 incomes. It's very rare that people work in the same place or even along the same route. And so even for a 1-bedroom unit, there's likely to be 2 cars. And so I think it's really important for the marketability and for the compatibility with the neighborhood, and that means the whole neighborhood, that there be adequate parking within a reasonable distance. And there is an adjacent parcel. We know the telephone company is willing to talk about it. We have a couple of other folks that used to work for the phone company that are willing to help massage that through if we can get that done. I understand that they're checking with their real estate division because there may be power lines or gas mains or something like that under part of the property. But that could be solved by just making it a gravel lot. If it remains not part of this technically as a project, a well-done gravel lot that's striped could work just fine, and that could be a compatible use. And you're going to wind up charging for the parking anyway as part of the rent for a unit. So I think that really needs to be seriously pursued, because that prevents the spillover into the adjacent neighborhoods. And realistically, I wouldn't want to be walking a block even with my groceries. I mean, nobody wants to do that. So I think that's something that you, in your good faith, need to do. We cannot require it, but I think in order to be a better neighbor to the folks who live nearby, that's part of what should be considered, if it's at all possible. So I'm going to make that request that you do everything you can. It's not a demand, but it is a request. I think we've kept these people waiting long enough, and most of us have had enough to say. Do we have a motion on the first resolution?
I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed resolution denying the appeals and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of the infill exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15332.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, that is a 3-2 vote. Do you need a roll call for that, Mala?
No, if we can just list who voted in favor and who voted against.
Okay. The 3 ayes were Tuya, myself, and CW. The 2 noes were Jeff and Jim. Okay, the next resolution is the one on the project itself. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed resolution approving the affordable housing density bonus application, the site plan permit, a review permit, and the tree removal permit. And I'd like to add the condition that the applicant make good faith efforts to try to secure more parking at the adjacent lot. And I would also, separate from the motion, anybody who's voting against that, I would love to hear your findings that would justify denial.
Okay, and does that include the requested amendment by staff on page 5, item 5, to strike the requirement for the Stranahan permit
Yes.
parking program.
Yes.
As well as the other amendments that were added that were included in the packet.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay, we have a motion for that. All in, a second? I'll second it. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
So can I ask the two council members who oppose to please provide your findings that would justify denial?
Well, I don't think it meets the CEQA exemption.
No,
so
that we're not in CEQA anymore, we're in the project approval, so
Well,
under
you're
housing.
asking, that's my reason. I also don't think that there's sufficient basis to grant the waivers as discussed. And I think that's sufficient.
But you're supposed to make specific and adverse impact on public health and safety.
Well, really, I would separate the items.
You don't get to separate them. You have to make specific and adverse findings about,
That is the
Yeah.
comment that I'm
Okay.
going to offer.
that's fine.
Okay.
Voted in favor and
Yes,
who against?
exactly. I was getting ready to
Sorry.
do that. Okay, the motion passes with Tuya, myself, and CW voting in favor. And as I heard it, it was Jim and Jeff opposed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All righty. Very good. We are done. I don't think we have any other action items. Is that correct? I'm looking to staff. Tell me if there's any other action items that I'm missing. If not, we are done with that. The next item on the agenda is council member items limited to council requests and directives for future meetings. Anything anybody wants to add there?
I'd like to get our Pride celebration flag. Take a look at the possibility of putting that up in the city.
That's this month, right?
That's
No, in June.
That's in June. Have some discussion to add that flag as they do in Concord and Walnut Creek and other cities. So that's a
So we need to
discussion
have
I'd like
that
to have.
discussion at a future meeting.
Discussion, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to co-sponsor that request.
Okay, very good. We have no closed sessions. We are adjourned. Thank you. Thank